Hello everybody, how's it going? Welcome in. How's everyone doing? What's going on? Oshik, Null Studios. How are you guys doing? Still Ooh, I thought I changed the title. Let me go double check this. Sometimes when I change the title on Restream, it doesn't actually... Okay, it didn't actually do it for some reason. It should be day 3. I love when it doesn't work. It's so cool. Okay. Thank you for the speed. Let's see if this is updated now. Yeah, we're good. Okay. My apologies, everybody. I did not know. But how's everyone doing? How's it going? This is day 3 of the jam, so we've got 4 days. We're running out of time, so we better hurry up and get things implemented. But yeah, hopefully we can get all that ready to go. I am currently drawing some wacky sprites. But yeah, let me... There's a little warning icon. Doesn't have to be super fancy. Which I might actually do... I want it to be like thicker like that, but then it's an odd... It's not... I mean, who says it has to be 24 by 24, right? It's probably fine to do this. But then it's not pixel aligned. Ugh. You do like that, I suppose. Rounded. No, that looks terrible. Yeah, anyways, today we're going to be working more on sprites and drawing. We've got a whole big list of things that we need to create, so we're going to be working on all that. Maybe just solid like that. I think that looks okay. Whoa. Thank you for that, Drake. Maybe just make this a little more visible. We go orange with it. Just an opportunity to do shading like that. Whoa, thank you for the speeds, guys. Yeah, that's probably good. There is already one in game, but I think it can be a little difficult to see it. Also, it's not red-green colorblind friendly. So we can probably update it. Let's see, that one is 24 by 24. Let's go ahead and set this one as the new one. Warning.png. So that goes from that to boom. Yeah, I think that just fits with the style better. All right. So some of the main things I want to work on today is the main menu. So that's going to kind of involve like setting up the default theme for the project, which we do have this theme, but I don't know if this is used everywhere and stuff. I don't know why it's in fonts. But we'll probably modify this theme because it's already got the font on it, so and we'll set that as the default theme in here. So before I start making all those changes, though, I should probably pull from main, because there's probably new things here. I don't know why it keeps, like, making me change this stuff. It's because it's giving a UID to the scripts here. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I'm just going to discard changes on that. And that one, too. All right. Also, on a side note, yes, we're working on the jam today, but I have been doing a little bit of Starground work on the side, and I've got the new conveyors working with multiplayer. So I think we're basically ready for the experimental finally. I do apologize for the huge wait, but like what kept happening is every single time I would like add something or do a thing, then I accidentally find another bug that I have to fix. So but I haven't been finding any more, so I think we are at a stable spot, luckily. So I think I can push the build if you guys would like to test it out with the new stuff. The only thing that I haven't done yet is if we go to in here, when we're building a building and we do the like replacement check down here, build type is conveyor, and we're checking the orientation of it down here. That's kind of not set up properly right now, so I will have to change that, but I think we can do it. So yeah. I don't really know why this stuff happens down here. Because this only works if it's conveyor, so really this stuff is a little stupid. I mean, we still have to do this where we get the items and everything, but yeah. And I don't need to do like test object here, so I think we just do op var replace object. It's equal to global.conveyors.get position. Not actually global.conveyors.global to map. All right. What is this? Oops, data. So maybe we will just do this really quick and get the build up, because I really want to let everybody mess with that, right? I'm tired of... Apologize for making you guys wait so long. We got this. That's creating the conveyor. So we will have to basically do this down here. But we're going to do some funnies. At least how we do it. So actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we don't even have to really delete anything in here. But it's going to be weird because we have to... Yeah, it'll be fine. We also have to get the conveyor tier, but it's just going to be the same as the one we're placing over. Actually, though, we're not... It's not how that works, so... So we're going to say that conveyor tier if conveyor tier is greater than -1. All right. And we can print in here or something. I don't know. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Let's do a little bit more Sprite stuff. Get that up, and then we'll go do the fix Starground. I just don't want to be useless for the jam. All right, so we are on the newest build now. There's been a couple things that have been added here. Looks like Adagon added a CRT shader in the world. That's just adding the shader to the world. Fix the knockback, removed unused assets. For some reason, rock stuff has been deleted. It's probably because it was in a sprite sheet or whatever, or Adagon put it into a sprite sheet. I bet. Yeah, polish enemy art. Rock.a sprite. Yeah, just converted it into a sprite sheet. Okay. What's up, Adagon? Whoa. Looks really funny in here, but yeah. Let's boot it up and see. See all the new stuff. Okay. Yeah, we still need to get the snake body segment. I think looks like Volcar is working on that though. Also, just a couple of miscellaneous things I've been noticing. Adagon, one thing is like the camera zooming still is like not really fully going out to the edge. So when your snake is on the edge like this, I don't know, it's just weird because you're like you're not fully on screen. I know you mentioned at one point making it so the camera will show the fence on the outside, and I think that would be good, personally. Because then it kind of, I don't know, it won't like block the duck noise. It won't block the, also the health bar and stuff, or like your snake won't go underneath the UI as much. It gives us kind of a little bit of freedom for that. So, just saying. I think we should do that. Make it so that we can see the fence on the edges. Also, I didn't realize that like selecting the cards used spacebar. So I kept like spamming all the keys on my keyboard, and I was like, I don't know what to click. So it might be a good idea to show the key that you actually need to press on there. But yeah. Just minor things. I think the warning icon is stupid. We need to change it. Just a little bit, at least. But yeah, this is, it's feeling pretty good. I think, really once we get the whole looping mechanic in, that's obviously going to change everything, so... And I do like the ability to eat the fences. I think that's kind of cool. Just as like a little thing of like, you've escaped, you know, you've finished this level, so now you can eat your boundaries. But yeah. Also, it looks like the warning icon that shows up is way too tiny. You're gonna have to scale that up if that's what we're doing with the art stuff. So I'm guessing those are food. Yeah. The enemies in Zone 2 in general are too small at the moment. Yeah. Honestly, you know what might be easier? Is instead of having like multiple tile sets, or I mean, we can have multiple tile sets, but instead of scaling everything up, we just scale the last tile set down so that the grid of our new zone and stuff isn't all weird and double-sized. But, you know, it's up to you. I think it just does look a little odd from an art perspective of, like, the size of this tile set here compared to the size of the snake. I think we can figure out a more visually congruent way to do this, probably. But we'll mess around with that. And then also, we wouldn't have to worry about making the enemies bigger and stuff out here with the warning icons if we just made this smaller. Because I presume that the minute that we expand, it's gonna just stop generating the small food items and stuff in here, right? So it shouldn't matter if we scale this down. Because the small scale food and enemies won't spawn in anymore, right? The enemies would have to be moved as well. I mean, honestly, I think if you expand in size, we would just make it so that the old enemies just disappear. You know? I don't think that's a big deal. Instead of trying to, like, make it complicated for ourselves and, like, where the enemies, like, transfer in between levels and stuff, because it's gonna be really complicated art-wise. And same with the food and stuff, but I don't know. Make them there, because it feels nice to eat them after running them. I mean, that's fair. I think it's just going to be weird, though, because the sprites that are in here are going to be really small. It just looks odd with the pixel art, but I don't know. We'll see. It also means that, like, I don't know how the tiles are going to line up. I think what I'm going to do for the second tile map area is kind of like, this will just kind of lay on top of the second area, and we just kind of keep following that pattern. So maybe like the grassy area lies on top of like a dirt path area with like animals and some guys. And then maybe that has like walls, right? Like big stone walls that, like, you know, takes the place of the fence. And then when you zoom out again, it's like a castle, right? And then it'll be stone brick underneath that, and all the like castle houses and stuff is the food instead of animals. And then it could fade out again or something, or maybe it's a moat on the edge of that one, and then when it fades out, it's like, I don't know, we'll figure it out. But fade out old, fade in new at the same time. That's true, yeah. Could do that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I mean, that's something that we can adjust later. I think more importantly, we just need to get stuff in. We are getting really close. I do worry, like, about how long it's taking to get the looping mechanic ready, because I think that's kind of important to know how that feels in the context of all the gameplay. So, oh, I finally died. Yeah, I saw that you were doing like a shape cast or whatever. So, I mean, that's fine. But yeah, we should get that going soon. Oh, I didn't even do anything that weird that time. This is a game-breaking state. I'm soft-locked. Man, the knockback has been nothing but problems, hasn't it? Yeah, this is just I'm stuck forever. Okay. How did I do that? We gotta... I didn't die in the fence. I think what happened is a rock spawned in or something and I went to hit it. It's not like I went down here. But I don't know why the camera's centering there if the eggs spawn there. That's a little weird. Yeah, there's still some weird stuff you can do. Like, if you, like, move at the right frame before you, like, hit the thing with the knockback. You know? It's like I can go, like, down and then go to the left and I can... You know how that happens? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it might have been that an enemy spawned on top of my head or something, and that caused but I don't really know. All right, let's keep working on stuff. Ooh, okay. So, I wanted to change this really quick. It just looks kind of bad and blurry, especially the CRT shader. And let's also adjust that. Maybe I just do that. No, I don't think it really needs anti-aliasing. I'll just leave it there. CRT shader. I think it's nice. I would probably adjust it a little bit though. Let me see where that is. It's this one. Yeah. I think there's probably a little bit too much like I don't think it's yeah. Let me mess with this. Also, this already has a vignette baked in, so you don't really need this vignette. Yeah. Noise. Oh, the vignette's there for damage. Whoops. Okay. Not bad. So there's brightness. Okay. Oops. Roll. Okay, that's just like makes it like a rolling. Yeah, 640 by 360. Which actually, I think we're gonna want that to be. Oh yeah, we should have overlay mode on. That needs to be a multiple of what our tile map probably is. I guess it doesn't really matter because I don't think it actually like changes it that much. Maybe we can test, like, does it? I think that's just the resolution of the effect on top. Yeah, so we can just keep that at 640. I wish there's more of a... Is there the ability to increase the distance between each, like, pixel line? Because I'm not really seeing that. I do have the CRT shader I use in Starground, which is another option. I can take a look at that one and see how it feels. So what microphone am I using? I'm using the Shure SM7B. It's a pretty good mic, although I've been having weird popping issues with it. I'm not sure why. I might have to contact Rode and be like, hey, my mic is popping a bunch, so we'll see. Yeah, this one's just copied from last game jam? Okay. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, I think I do want to try the one that we have on it here. What do I call it? Screen or something? Star Launcher. I think I called it Star Launcher. That's the background. It's the let me just go into here and check it out. This is what I still have it in here, don't I? I'm pretty sure. Oh, I just called it this. Okay. This is a free asset. I didn't make this one. Are we allowed to use... Are we allowed to use this if I didn't make it? Okay. just pop this in here and see what it looks like in comparison. So this one has more like, it adds like a pixel grid. Stuff that needs to be tweaked. Roll speed is insane for some reason. Let's see, what is all this stuff? Pixel strength. Okay, we don't want that on very much. Scan line strength. Roll speed. Roll line amount. Okay, that controls like the alpha transparency, so keep that low. Then aberration amount. Vignette. Grill size. Grill amount. Whoa. 0 is almost imperceptible. Interference amount, that's how much it wobbles. Noise amount. Oh yeah, this one also has like screen warping like this, right? This is something we could mess with. We could try giving it a little bit of warping to see what it looks like. And then scan line amount. Okay. So I can adjust the number of those. Let's just see what this looks like in game. See, I don't know how we feel about the curved corners like this. It might make it a little bit tricky to judge the grid like this. I mean, we could just warp it less, like just a little bit of warp, like just 0.1 warp, like this. Yeah, this isn't too bad, and also since it's the same size as the camera, it looks like it's kind of coincidentally making our pixels like pixel perfect, I think. Roll movement doesn't work in web. Roll movement. What do you mean by roll movement? Oh, like noise going down? Like with shaders? I think I know bug here, watch this. Oh, no, it didn't push me out. Well, yeah, that's all good. If that doesn't work, I can just turn that off. I'm pretty sure I can just set the speed to 0. Just say 0. Yeah, I mean, I think both CRT effects work. It just depends. It does actually make the small art here look a lot better because it shrinks the pixels. You know what I mean? So, I don't know, maybe that is the play. Because now it actually like looks like it's still the same like resolution as everything else. You know what I mean? That's actually interesting. But yeah, I could kind of just, I wonder what this would look like if it was literally just like there's no scan line or warping or anything. I just want to see what it looks like. No vignette. Like, does it look bad? Let's see. Because I wonder if it's going to be like doing, I don't know. It just kind of makes it look pixely, but it looks bad because it's like doing like semi-transparent pixels and stuff. So I don't think this shader is gonna do what we want. I think we'll go back to the old one. Just undo everything. Ooh. Where is it? It's not that one. I can just discard this change. It's not a big deal. Let's just do that. Okay. Reload. Yeah, I think it just might be a little bit too distorty, the other one, so probably stick with this one. I think this looks good for the most part. It does feel like it made the brightness of everything darker, but I think that's just the vignette, so it's not a big deal. There is the pixelate option here, but it really does screw everything up. Discolor. Let's see. So what's going on in this shader? Because I presume that it's screen space. Does it, it does have this on linear mip map, which this really should be nearest mip map for a pixel art game. And that would probably help with the pixelate option. No, it still looks terrible. It's okay. Also, being the screen texture, I don't think this needs to be mip mapped. So just keep that on like default settings. Actually, I don't think you would want to mip map it, otherwise you're gonna like lose resolution, which would look weird. So vignette. It's the VHS stuff. Yeah, I think this will work. Yeah, let's go. Tell your mom I said hi back. So, hey, unknown artist, welcome in. I kind of like how the larger, like this looks, compared to the smaller one, actually. Distort intensity. That doesn't seem to do anything, so maybe that doesn't work right now. Yeah, I don't think it does anything. Aberration? Whoa. Okay, I didn't realize this was actually doing stuff. So that's the default. That's not... That's way too much. Could give it an extremely small amount. So make it a CRT shader? Yeah, I didn't actually make this one. I'm just tweaking it right now, but... Yeah, we're just messing around with it a little bit. Noise, static noise intensity. Discolor just makes it kind of gray, which we definitely don't want to do. Oh, this one does also have warping. I didn't realize. So we could still do that. Cool. Oh yeah, that's the link to to Starground. We're working today on GMTK 2025, so there's no link to this yet. Yeah, Starground's my game that I've been working on. The usual main project, but yeah, this is a jam today. The theme for the jam is a loop, so we've been the whole idea with this game is it's kind of like Snake, but you have to loop around your food, which the looping we have not yet implemented, but probably get around to that. I do like a little bit of warping like this, just like a ever so tiny amount. Just to kind of curve the edges of the screen a little bit, mainly. The only issue is it does kind of obscure the UI a tiny bit, but we're gonna do a custom theme for that today, probably, so it's fine. But I think this looks good with just a tiny little amount. And the larger, like, lines, I think, makes it a little less distracting. Yeah, I don't think any of these other options are really what we want. The pixelate looks super weird. Vignette stuff. We don't want to be too vignetted. So this is probably about good. There's also roll variation, which, yeah, that doesn't really do what we want. Just keep it, like, right there. Yeah, and roll size. I want it to be quite large, I think. I'm pretty happy with where this is at. It's like pretty subtle. It just adds a little bit of a... I don't know. How do I describe it? Yeah, doing the same, knocking out some level design for my 2D shooter set in a ringed city. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, just coming along. We still got a lot of stuff to do until the jam ends. We've got like 1 day left, so... looping is not implemented yet. Somebody's working on that. I mean, we kind of have a system... a temporary way to deal with it. You can see it does work, but also that works though, which shouldn't work. We should probably make it eventually when we get the looping added, so that like you can't actually collect food with your head. Yeah, 1 day, 19 hours, so... Then the rock. I wonder if an enemy spawning on you should, like, deal damage. Collecting food with head is staying. It's just head and loop do different things. Oh, okay. That's fair. Ooh, I have died. I don't know why the camera goes here. Shouldn't it be centered around where the egg ends up? Then also, because, like, then I can't see where I'm going. Oh, it spawns the egg 2 blocks too high? Okay, that's why, then. Is the snake being made of blocks of placeholder? Yeah, we're gonna be changing that. We've got another artist on the team that's working on the snake sprite. So I believe that they're gonna be adding in the body segments. But yeah. Okay, let's do the new knockback code. Alright, it's all good. And yeah, Steam has a new video player. It's pretty nice. It's finally, like, good to use. The old one sucked a lot. But this one is nice. It's just straight into the point. I can actually, like, see where I'm hovering over and stuff. I don't know if the old one... I just remember the old one was not good to use. But yeah, this is nice now. And yeah, you can change like the quality, and you can turn off auto playing of videos now. Incredible. So you know, like when you'd pause it and then all of a sudden it randomly starts playing in the background again? You can turn that off now. Thank God. I always got so tired of that. Now I don't have to mute Steam anymore. That's cool. Alright, anyways. How did I get outside? Oh, the back set to the knockback? Okay. Alright. Yeah, so what must have happened then was, like, this. Or I hit, like, a rock. If I wait for an enemy to spawn up here, we should be able to do it. We'll eat some food in the meantime. Oh, enemies start spawning at 10, okay. Did not realize that. I choose tastier food. Are we also going to be changing the sprites for the, like, card borders? Because I imagine we'll want that to be a little bit more in line with the general style of everything else. Yeah. I'll see about that. I'm not going to make that super high priority right now. So what we must have done is this. Yeah. And then... I didn't die from it, though. Or I guess I could just get so long that I hit the fence in the bottom. Let's try that. Oh, but I'm gonna like grow up or whatever. Oh yeah, there we go. Now I can't do it. Well, it's possible though. I'm like, what does this little like square diamond mean? I don't know. It's for Game Jam? Yes, it is. This is for GMTK 2025. This is from the last game I had the system in? Okay, I figured, yeah. I feel like it's not punishing very much to go into yourself. Like, you'd have to be doing this for a long time before you actually die from it. I mean, I'm just like chilling inside myself. Yeah. Yeah, I would crank that just a little bit. I'm just like doing some general, just messing around, getting a feel for things. I figured it's helpful to just start kind of balancing things now. And also just thinking of sprites. I mean, I know we have the whole list. I'm just procrastinating. That's what I'm really doing. All right, let's go keep drawing. Oops. Bop. It's a warning icon. What else did we have to do? Yeah, all the icons for things like the dash and bullet damage, and we can work on all those. See, Mad Scientist, were we gonna do like a wizard guy? Because I think, yeah, I guess we really should just full go in on the medieval theme. Because if we go like partially medieval and not, I think it might be weird. But yeah. Yeah, the tutorial thing, the crazy with the snake. I'll probably do a wizard guy, or I think it would just fit better with be voice acted by you. Awesome. Mad Wizard.
I am the evil wizard, and I made it so you...
I don't know. Regeneration upgrade. Let's try all these upgrade icons. So you're saying the ones you did were 32. I'm just gonna do 24 to keep it in line with everything else. And I can mess around with the actual card scene that pops up and scale it up and stuff if we need to. Should be pretty easy. We're gonna do a regen icon, or let's do a max health icon. I think really from maximum health, I'm thinking like a heart, obviously, with maybe like an arrow above it or something, or we could do like a plus. There's a lot of ways we could do it. We could either do like a heart with like a smaller heart in the center, so it's like the heart's growing. We could do a heart with a plus in it, like that. And yeah, we could also do like a heart like this with like some kind of arrow, or like a double arrow in the corner. I kind of like the double heart, just because then it stays in a nice like square. So let's do that. I'm eating spicy ramen, but I am too white for said spicy ramen. Yeah. I had a spicy Chicago style beef sandwich today. It was really good. It's expensive, but it was good. It's like 17 bucks. I was like, oh my god, this is more than I thought it was gonna be, but it's definitely good though. Far superior to Subway. Subway can be kind of good sometimes, but then sometimes you're like, objectively though, this isn't like that good of a sandwich. But I don't know. It can hit the spot when you're really feeling like Subway. I think I'm gonna thicken up the bottom here. So the only thing though with this design is if like we do the smaller heart in the center, is it might just accidentally kind of look like shading unless we do like a hard outline. So I might I think I'll do one of the other designs. I guess we could just do a plus in the center. I mean, honestly, it's probably the most obvious indicator of more health. Like that. And we gotta keep tweaking this. I don't really like how, like, tall the heart is. Even though it doesn't stay in a square, I think I'm gonna squish it. It's fine, it doesn't have to be a perfect square. I think that's a pretty good shape. Now let's see. I do want the heart to look epic, though. And it's hard to do that with a plus in the center, because it's like the shading's gonna be weird. Unless we do like a weird, like... I guess I could make this work. It could be almost like it has like a border. So it's like a gemstone inlay or something, right? And I might go... I think I'll thin that out. It doesn't have to be so big, I guess. We could just do that. I'm just starting to sweat for the ramen. It's pretty spicy ramen. I do like spicy food, though. Yeah, we'll just start with that there. Just do that, sure. And let's do some shading. The shading I tend to like to do for hearts is like we have like sort of the top part lit up, and then beneath that is like the... I think we can make this work. And I also like to do a lot of rim lighting for hearts to make them look shiny. Oops. Looks super good. Well, thank you very much. Could maybe even do like... No, terrible. And we would do, you can do a little bit of anti-aliasing and stuff on the edges. But also with the rim lighting here, we would probably do like a little shiny mark down there. And this would have to be like more faded into, probably. It looks weird without the outline, but do not worry. I'm gonna add that right now. Thank you for the hydrate. One of my mom's friends from high school owns a takeout place, and their birria ramen is the best. Yeah, that's awesome. I wish I knew somebody that like owned a restaurant. That'd be pretty cool. I think that doesn't look too bad for a max health upgrade. Probably make a couple tweaks, maybe. Nah, let's not do that one. Did I do that? Nah. I think that's good where it's at. This is... I'm just going to prefix all of these with icon, probably. That doesn't really matter. Well, that's typically what I do in Starground when I make icons. I just say icon underscore max health or whatever. So it's just immediately obvious by looking at the, you know, the file name, you know what it is. So, okay, we got a couple other ones to do. There's the dash upgrade. That should be pretty easy to draw. I want to keep these icons like relatively easy and simple to understand. Just so it's like, maybe we could also use these icons in other places in the game too. You never know, right? So it's good just to keep them kind of very straightforward. I mean, that's really what I think it makes for a good icon. Is you can make them kind of somewhat like realistic or whatever, but I do think they should be simple. Really want to try real ramen. Had it once a very long time ago, and I didn't like the bamboo in it, so I want to try it without the bamboo. Yeah, that's fair. I do love ramen. We have a lot of ramen places around. And yeah, there's some really good ones. We also got ramen when me and Ace went on our trip for the solar eclipse, and that was really good. Okay, something like that. So I think this one's 1 pixel thicker. Yeah, it is. And I'm probably going to do that. Round it. And yeah, that should be fine. All right, now fill it in with our base colors. Boom. But we're going to do sort of what we did with the heart because it looks cool. Is like our rim lighting. Doing that makes things look like shiny, you know? So... And then it's just a simple case of adding on a bit of a shine mark here. It's not too bad. I guess we could use our bright blue. Although it basically looks like it's white. I can't even like tell the difference. Hey, in Old Studios, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? I didn't know you were streaming. But what's going on? Let's outline these. Yeah, what were you doing today in your stream? Probably gonna push these apart 1 more pixel because it looks weird in the center here with I tend not to like this like putting, I mean, I guess it's fine. It doesn't really look too bad or anything. I might do a little bit of this though. Grab them all and do... Oh. Yeah. I think that's good. Icon dash. That didn't take too long. Make my game for low res jam. Nice. That's awesome. I've seen low res jam around a lot. I don't know, I've never tried to do it or anything. Res Jam. Unless there's... Yeah, no, there's been a lot of... Yeah. There's some cool games that comes out of this, though. Oh, interesting. Optional themes. Yeah, I've seen a couple from this jam. It's pretty cool. Because basically you're like given like a max... Yeah, it has to be 64 by 64, which is honestly a really interesting challenge, I think. Because you have to fit all of your UI into that space, right? So it's kind of cool. I think a lot of people use that, whatever it's called. It's like the Pico... What is it? Pico 8 engine or whatever. Because I think it's really easy to do, like, small resolution in it. But yeah. That's what I'm using to learn game dev? Nice, yeah. Game for the Cookie Jam 1, let's go. Awesome. Congrats, that's really cool. Nice. Yeah, I've never won a game jam. It's probably because I've... Oh wait, well technically I have... The Down to Jam, technically I won the first... The solo? Because I got one overall, right? Down to Jam. Can't ever find it, there we go. You can just go look at games. Wherever it is. Yeah. Well, that was in... Okay, yeah, overall. So, yeah. That's the only one I've won. Because all the other ones I usually do are the huge ones, like... Ludum Dare. Oh, well, I guess I've also won a bunch of, jams in, like when I went to CSU. University. But, I don't know, those were very small. So... There's usually like 2 people. So I don't know. Feels like this shouldn't count. Also, let's just start marking off these things now. Dash. Max health. Bullet damage upgrade. So bullet damage, is the snake going to have projectiles? How is that gonna work? So I think damage should be like... what color exudes damage? Blue to me is like speed. Red is always health. I guess damage is also red. Snooze that ad. Projectile. Yeah, probably more of like a... more orangey vibe maybe, or almost like just orange. Yeah, we'll just draw a bullet, I guess. I think for this icon I want like a big bullet in the center, and then like, well, that might indicate though like multi-projectile thing, not necessarily damage. I guess we could draw a bullet that has a plus in the center. That's probably what we'll do. Can I do some coding? We probably will once we get to the main menu stuff. I'm just working on getting some assets here done really quick, and then we're probably going to swap over to that. Let's see, that's 6. That's 6. I kind of want this to be not quite at a 45, but angled downwards, you know? At like a something or another. Just to give it a little bit more shape. So a bullet that kind of has like the little rim like that, right? This definitely needs to be more curved. Okay. So it's gonna have the like actual bullet up here. And I think for that I'm gonna do like maybe. And then this down here would be like and that would be like that, because you can see the... Let's see how would this work. So it'd actually be extending out like that. And that would go in. Which means that this should be more like that. And actually that would be more curved then. I think. Perspective is hard. Seems about right. And I guess this, I don't know, I feel like it needs to go up a little more. Like that, and we could give this bop. We'll keep messing with the perspective, but let's do a little bit of lighting here. Let's see, do I want to do like that? Yeah, probably. Do all of that. And I guess we're gonna need darker color here. Let's just mess with this a little bit more. That would go down. Looking at it from that side. There wouldn't be so much of a rim here. This is something that needs to change. And that would be thinner, so let's just do this. Bop, 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 right there. And since this goes to a point, I kind of have like a bright spot there. Maybe this would almost like... No. No, no, no. Just keep it like that. This is probably alright. And then I outline it and give it a plus, and it's probably good. Yeah, I would do like some white speed lines, but I don't want to indicate that this is like bullet speed, right? It's different. Ooh, we had ads. Sorry, guys. Soundline it. Oops. Now, I'm just looking at it. Trying to think if there's stuff I want to change here. Which there is. And I don't think I like that being that tall over there. It's probably fine. Now, where do we want to do the plus? I guess just in here. It's just as a temporary plus. I kind of want to make both these pluses the same size, so I'll try and do that. Let's just copy this plus and kind of use the same. And it is large in here, but I think we can make it work. Yeah. I think that looks okay. I would, like, tilt the plus, but it might just start to look kind of weird, so we'll probably keep it there. And I'll call this icon bullet damage. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we're doing medieval vibes, so it's weird that it's a bullet, but it is just an icon for damage. I mean, it's not necessarily like a real bullet. But we could always change that maybe if we actually know what the projectile will be. So we'll see. So where do the other icons go? Did they get deleted? I guess I just didn't put them in. Oh, the food turns into projectiles? Okay. I might redo that icon then at some point, but it's fine. So ads are ever, everybody. Sorry about that. Oh, that's what happens when you loop around them? Okay, interesting. Alrighty. Ooh. So now we need healing and regeneration. Which regen to me is just a bunch of little pluses above the heart. So we can kind of use our same heart sprite. That, or it's just a bunch of little tiny hearts. And we also need to figure out our... So there's healing and regen. Let's think here. Regen. Probably just a bunch of tiny hearts. Then healing could be like a bunch of tiny pluses maybe, but we have to indicate that it's health. I don't know, this is hard because they're both kind of almost the same concept. Gen could be a heart with a clock in it. Maybe. Oh, that's the thing with this is like basically all the icons for each one could work for any other one. And I have to make sure they're all different from each other. I'll probably make... Well, let's just make an icon. We can figure out which one is which. Gonna go. Good night. Sounds good, Noel. Thank you for popping in to the stream. I really appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. So we've got our heart. Which looks weird without the plus, but it's fine. It's probably because it's kind of shifted over here. I bet if I did that, it would be... whatever. It's good enough. It's gonna be tiny. An hourglass for regen? Maybe. I just don't want to indicate that it's like a... It's kind of a time-involved thing, but... Well, we've got one that's like filling up your health, like healing you, right? So we have to figure out how to represent that. An hourglass with smaller hearts next to it. That could probably work for regen, yeah. Day 4, I'm probably going to spam out new upgrades. Yeah, that's fine. I can draw icons for all this. I can get icons done pretty quick if I really need to. I'm just being picky. Ooh. All right, we got our little hearts. So we're just going to sprinkle these around. So yeah, this could be like the... our regen icon. We could do something like that, and then an hourglass in the middle. I guess we could have the hourglass kind of tilted, probably. Or just have another layer of this, and then draw our hourglass in here. Also, thank you for this bean. Was your game Cold Keeper added to a game bundle or something? No, I never did any game bundle or anything with that one. It's just chilling on itch. But, you know, I could eventually do something with that game if I wanted to. I just don't know what, right? Here, I'm just gonna hide the hearts for a minute while we draw the hourglass. I don't know, maybe one day I'll do like a big like mega pack of all my indie game, or not indie games, Game Jam games or something. I have no idea. Then hourglass is that. And then we got like the actual hourglass inside of it. Do 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Will you ever release a game on Steam? Yeah, there we go. That's our game on Steam, Starground. It is out in early access right now. Still a work in progress, but it's getting there. Still just want to add more content to it before we kind of wrap everything up. And then we can give this some sand, so we just go like, boom. Although this would be more like this, because it's like glass. We could also have some up here, and then like, it's like it's dripping down. Yeah. With the hearts. Okay. Now let's finish up the rest of the sprite. Do. Like that. And I think that's not too bad. It's always tricky to draw with weird perspectives like this, because the thing is that this hourglass is both, it's like at an angle, it's like facing like, it's fine. I think this looks good enough. And then we have the hearts in the background, so I might make the hearts go above. I think we do that. And now it's just a matter of outlining. All right, so that's our regen icon, I think. Unless we wanted to make this darker. No, I think it's okay. So we want that to be dark now. And we could erase the outlines here where the hearts are like making contact. But I don't think it really improves it. No, let's not do that. Yeah, I realized the missing pixel. It's okay. Bob. Actually, that should be red. Should that be red? No, that should be black. Yeah. Also, I think this is a little too, like, tall. There we go. I also think that this should be like that. Maybe same here. Yeah. We can always tweak this later, but health regen. So that's our health regen. We've got either healing or maximum health. I mean, there's no right or wrong. Maybe we keep this as healing and then we add another, we do another one that's like the heart, but it has like an arrow. So it shows that like you're increasing your maximum health or something. So we do like this and then like cut out the center. I don't know, we'll just experimenting. You solo dev or do you have a team? I am working on this game in a team of people. But normally I'm doing most stuff semi-solo. I don't really ever say I'm a true solo dev, because I don't think most people are anyways. I mean, you've always got people playtesting your games and helping and stuff, so it doesn't really make sense to say that you're the only person contributing anything to the game, but yeah. But Starground is... I do all the programming, art, and sounds for Starground, but I don't do any of the music. And occasionally Maxwell and Dylan do like enemy designing and stuff whenever that's needed, so but yeah. I gotta do a temporary color for this arrow. Oop. And then I can go through it. All right, so this could be either or. We could do maximum health or healing. I mean, what do you guys think? Any preference here? Plus, heal. I mean, I kind of like the idea of like this heart represents your health, and so it's like the arrow pointing up is saying moving your health up to maximum. So maybe this would work better as heal. Yeah, then this is maximum health. Because the plus is saying like, hey, this is more health. But this is saying recharge health. At least in my eyes, so. Icon. It's not health regen. What was it called? And specifically in the task list. Just healing upgrade. I presume that's what you mean by healing upgrade, right, Adagon? If you're here. That, like, it's basically just restoring your health all the way. Unless I'm completely wrong, and that's not what it is. Okay. Oh, heal more from eating objects. Okay. I mean, I think this icon could probably still work for that, because it's like indicating that it's like more health. I think it's fine. It doesn't have to be 100% perfect. Icon healing? Sure. All right, and then we did regeneration, so I think that's all of the icons right now. So I'll push those in a minute. Let's look at Zone 2 food sprites. So I think the plan for the different zones and stuff, I remember I think you said some stuff in here. I think you mentioned it in here, like all the different tiers or whatever. Because we're gonna do small tier, it's just some fruit. Next tier, I presume, is gonna be like animals, larger creatures and stuff that you're eating. I don't think they're gonna move around, but we could just draw some like. Oh, it was encoding. Okay, and yeah, I know you said somewhere. Okay, there we go, thanks. 1 is rocks. Yeah, 2 is people / animals. For 2, I figured, wouldn't it make sense if, like, we could make it so the people are enemies and then the food is just the animals. Because unless you had a different idea for enemies. But I presume that enemies in tier 2 is going to be, it's going to make trees food? Okay. Enemies are animal boss people. And or is that how you enemies, animals, boss, and people? Like for okay, so boss is the only person? Okay. Yeah, that should be fine then. Yeah, we can mess around with Zone 3. I mean, Zone 3 is going to be bigger, so maybe... I don't know, we'll see. So... Okay, so that's just... Oh, okay, so that's just specifically enemies. I see. Well, I'm thinking in terms of, like... So food, we're making it so food does not move, right? Food is just stationary. So, at least to me with the scaling, what would make sense, yeah, we could do like trees or something as the food in tier 2. And then, for tier 3, would it make sense for like houses or something to be the food? What else would work as food in tier 2? I mean, I guess we could do tree. Big cake. Plants. Because what would be like an edible thing that's like larger than fruit? I'm trying to think. I mean, I guess trees, but would it just look like the trees are decoration though? And not actually something you can eat? Giant pumpkin? Could. It's like big plants. Big pumpkins. Because trees, I mean, trees are really big. They're almost the same size like a house. It depends on the tree. So I don't know, maybe... Yeah, car. Well, I think it's going to be medieval times, so we can't do car. But we could do like a wagon or something. We could just do a couple different things for food on this tier. Yeah, like a cart. Because I guess the whole thing of the snake is that it's not, it grows so big that it doesn't... It eats more than just food. It eats everything, right? So we could do, yeah, we could do like a cart. And yeah, third tier, what did it say in here? Enemies and stuff. Yeah, that's gonna be like the really big scale. That's gonna be like house scale and then like village scale, like eating entire like castles and stuff, so. So yeah, we could do just some objects around that size. We could do like, yeah, a cart. Some kind of wooden cart. Like a wagon. Mew. What does that mean? So what's the angle of this cart I want to do? You like a vid? Sure. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, that one's good. There are errors here. There's supposed to be 3. These are 3, but then these are 2. I'll stick with 3. That should be fine there. We'll move that up. Cart. Let's see. It's also gonna have. Yeah, it would have a shadow on that side. It's based off how I typically am doing the lighting. Do you have the new music? Yes, I did. I got around to it. It's pretty good. It's nice to have just a whole bunch of music in the playlist. It helps spice things up. I don't get so insane listening to the same song over and over and over. And this will have like an axle or whatever in the center. Didn't really see that on the wheel. I feel like the insanity is my fault somehow. No, it's not. Don't worry. Is this what happens when you listen to the same song over and over? No. Keep it like that. But we want to do like that. So it's like it's got like... Nah, it gets too detailed. Let's just keep it there. Yeah, it'll be kind of almost like a wheelbarrow type of thing. And maybe the cart will have like some legs in front, you know? I think that works. What else does a cart have? I guess we could put things in the cart. Maybe that's like what makes this work. Maybe we put some pumpkins in here. Because, yeah, that's like an option to take this or whatever, right? Is like, it's still like you're still eating food, you're just eating the things that contain the food. So maybe like the next size or whatever, we go up to like a grain silo or something. You're just like eating all of their food reserves. Because then it would kind of make sense, I feel like, a little bit. So I gotta do like... Then these are gonna be dark at the bottom. I guess this is gonna be like a thing filled with pumpkins. That doesn't look too bad. Maybe make the pumpkin shiny. Melon. Maybe we just make this whole area inside the cart dark red, like that. Probably. Maybe the walls here is like that. Nah. Make some of this area in here not super dark. Maybe like that. So that it just has like a little bit. Let's go ahead and merge. I feel like trees should be on the house scale level and bushes should be on this scale. Yeah, we could do like a cart with some pumpkins and like a bush or something. I think that would work. Because yeah, I think tree definitely would probably be on house scale. On house MD's scale. Yeah, this will work. Let's go ahead and outline it. Yeah. I guess we could, like, brighten it, but then I think it might look too yellow. Yeah, no, we'll stick with where we're at, I think. We're basically just using red as our brown color, so... Alright. This is gonna be a... food cart. And we'll draw, like, maybe like a big berry bush or something, right, as the other food item. Just like a whole bush filled with fruit. Say, welcome in. How's the jam been treating you? I'm taking a break from coding to shower and eat and watching GMTK while eating. Yeah. Nice. It's going good. I'm in a team with a bunch of people. I'm doing mainly art stuff, but also kind of dabbling with a little bit of programming here and there. So it's going good. We're just drawing a bunch of different assets for the game right now. A couple different icons and stuff. But it's going good. We're just about to draw a big bush filled with a bunch of food. Our entry is, it's kind of like Snake, right? But you, form loops to collect food and do like different, like attack enemies and stuff. So you kind of like purposely want to run into yourself. Yeah, it's going pretty good. We do need to get the looping algorithm implemented, but we've got a solution, kind of a temporary one for now, until we get that fully set up. So I think we're okay. Let's select all this. This needs to be changed. All right. Now we are golden. So that's our bush. Sounds like a good idea for an entry. How many people are on your team? I'm jealous as a solo friend's willing to... Yeah. Yeah, Adagon is also a member of the team doing programming stuff. So yeah, we got 3 coders, 2 artists, 2 sound music people, and 2 quality assurance testers. Which I guess technically that counts as being a part of the team. Okay, just keep this bush simple. And then let's just draw some like little blueberries all over this or something. Just like this. I think that looks okay. And maybe I do like that, just a little more contrast. That'll work. And I presume that the food for these tiers are also just going to be like the same as the other ones where it's like a floating thing, right? I think just being consistent with that aesthetic for the food is probably the play. Could be, or we can do skew. Yeah, whatever works, we can mess around with that. How does that look with the black there? No. So I'll call this berry bush. I would like to do at least 3 different like food sprites per tier. I'm trying to think what else could work for another like kind of like the size of like a couple feet wide. I'm thinking like Like the cart also that I imagined over here is something like this, where it's like a tiny cart, you know, or something like this. It's not like this huge, big, like, you know, something that would be carried along by a horse or whatever. Trying to think what else is also around this size that you would eat. I mean, we can do big pumpkin too. That's fine. I think it's a little generous, same object at the moment, so it'll float by default. Yeah, it's fine. Honestly, let's just keep it floating. I think it's good to be consistent. At least right now, we can change it if we really wanted to, but... under the parts folder, you can add a text file and an image for each thing you're adding. Okay. And I define the zone. Here, let me go take a look at that now, just so we can do that. I know what to do. So, parts folder. Food. It's probably pretty obvious. Food 3. And that just defines the zone. Okay. Yeah, that works. And then tree is zone 2. Okay. Yeah, we'll probably do tree for zone 3, because I think that's like... Food 3 is dummy food so the game doesn't crash. Yeah. That's all good. So let's just do our big pumpkin that we're talking about. Try to make it look really big. Big pumpkin. Like one of those huge ones like these that like slump over to the side, you know? But if you put the image and text files in the spots, it handles the rest. Okay, cool. So I just gotta drop it in this folder with all the, yeah. So it just has to be named the same thing as the text file, I presume? Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Easy enough. Hey, Boolean, welcome in. It's going pretty good. We're just drawing some sprites right now. Yeah. We're probably gonna jump into more programming stuff in a minute here, just as soon as we get this, this sprite done. Not be named the same as any other thing in the system, which I don't think should happen. Yeah, I think we should be okay. Alright, so this is gonna be a big, huge pumpkin. And it's gonna be like slumped over to the side, you know, because how big and enormous it is. Alright. Now we're just gonna go in and kind of shade it. And then as we get into these lines down here that are kind of cast into darkness, we're gonna darken them like that. Okay. Let's see, that's going to be bright up there, but then kind of dark around here. Yeah. Maybe we do just like a couple more, whatever, back here. I could also have some spots where the lines break. Just in like the very bright spots specifically. And maybe we even do a couple like little shine marks up here. I think that's pretty good. Now, we're gonna have some like vines all around it and stuff, you know. Whip that pumpkin up real fast. I know I've gotten way faster at drawing stuff. You don't really think about it until like you actually do stuff, then you're like, wow, I did that in like really quick. But yeah. So slow still. You get faster with time for sure. I mean, I definitely did not start out this fast. So thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. I used to draw things at a snail's pace, which I think is one of the reasons why doing Fiverr sucked, because it was all time-based. That doesn't look good. Let's see. Yeah, this needs to have like a... Yeah, it's okay. We'll mess around. Let's outline. Bro is the Pump King. Let's go. And also, I think a big thing too is as time goes on, I've drawn a lot of pumpkins before, you know what I mean? Because you just build up like experience actually drawing this stuff. And so like next time that you need to draw a pumpkin, you've like kind of already know what to do, right? I think that's another really important thing too with this whole thing. Big pumpkin. I'll just call this Big Pumpkin, because that's what it is. Thought about making something for GMTK, but I had the look at blank project symptom. Yeah, nah, I get that. It can be daunting. Yeah, and GMTK is actually kind of a longer jam now, if I'm being honest, because now it's like 4 days. Which is... I kind of wish it wasn't longer. Because I'm way more partial to shorter jams. I just think it's just easier, you know? But, oh well. Okay, so let's move our food items down in here. It's still a fun jam, though. I mean, this theme is a little ambiguous, but I do like that they, you know, usually pick a theme that kind of, is, it's not just gonna end up creating a million of the same game. I mean, obviously there's always gonna be sort of like a, you know, the easy concept to do. Like with loop, I think a lot of people immediately thought time loop, right? So, of course that's always gonna be a thing, but... It's looking really nice. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But at least with this theme, it's kind of like there's a lot of ways you can interpret loop. But it's still grounded enough of a concept that you can really do something with it. Because like everybody knows what a loop is, and there's lots of things that are loops. So you can kind of like pick a concept and roll with it. And I think it's I don't know. It's a decent theme. There's a lot of jams I've done where the theme is just like, I don't know, something stupid. What's something really stupid? Well, themes that I don't like is when it's like a theme that's super like, what's the word? Where the theme is basically the kind of game you're making. I think I remember doing a jam like that. Yeah, like a little too specific, but also less so like theme, but more genre. That's a theme shouldn't be a genre, right? Like if your theme was like roguelike or whatever, that's not really a theme. And I think it just ends up making a lot of generic games, right? I've seen jams do that sometimes, and every time I'm just like, God this isn't a theme. Now I just have to make a game that's just going to be like every other game in the theme. Got food cart and then also berry bush. Idleathon. Well, Idleathon's different because it doesn't have a specific like theme. Like the whole point of it is that it's just make an idle game. But I'm just specifically saying like when it's a jam set up to have a theme, but then the theme is a genre. Like I think it's different when the whole point of the jam is a specific type of genre. Maybe even for the next Idleathon we might do a theme. Now that we've had like a basic whatever make an idle game, maybe we will actually do a theme next time. I'm probably going to delete food, or I guess I'm going to delete tree, because it's kind of just a blob. And I think well, I'll just mark tree as being for zone 3, because that's what it's going to be. And I think we're all good here. So let's see if these food items start spawning in. I don't know how the scale of this is going to look relative to the initial items that drop. We'll see. That might be like too big or like not big enough or whatever, but also I missed this message. What are you making? Is this a new game for the game jam? Yeah, this is the game jam, not Starground yet. So, but we might dabble a tiny bit in Starground. I mean, I don't want to like work on other stuff when we have the jam stuff to do, but we're so close to launching the experimental build. There's literally only one thing left I want to do, so I want to get that going. Just that people can start testing it, and then once we're done with the jam, I can focus on actually fixing those issues, you know? But I don't know. That's why I'm like getting my work in, I'm throwing in a bunch of sprites, and then I feel like it's more warranted for me to spend a minute or two working on Starground stuff. Alright, we're in Big Zone. Let's see if, eating the fence is insane. It gives me so much, XP or whatever. Actually, I shouldn't eat the fence because it's going to make me go up to level 3, so... Okay, those ones are off screen. Big pumpkin. Okay. Berry bush. I want to see the cart. Big pumpkin again. There's the cart. I ate it instantly, but yeah. Then we got the entities down here walking around and stuff, so... Alright, I think that works. And I think the scale is good enough, because yeah, basically the scale would be 2 pixels become 4 pixels, so I think it's okay. It doesn't look odd to me or anything. The bushes and big pumpkin I feel like is in scale to what the size of the fence is, so I think it'll work. So, oh yeah, sorry, the chair in the bottom left corner, that is, a while ago Oshik wanted, cam of the chair behind me, but I'm sitting in my chair, so, I just put an image of my chair in the corner. I should have a command people can run with a predefined explanation of the chair, because I'm tired of explaining it. But yeah, right. I'm still like going up to Big Zone. I guess it's not as crazy as I thought. I think it's been balanced, which is good. Because you shouldn't just instantly go up to Big Zone. Is it like 300 now is the next zone, or what's the food percentage here? Whoa. Ace Man is playing Godot Engine? No. It's crazy. I guess the whole point of this zone in here is it's kind of like the starter zone, hence the reason that enemies are just a stationary rock. So it kind of makes sense that it would be way slower in this tier. Because, I mean, the thing is that at the same time, there's going to be enemies and stuff to deal with, so I think it'll be fine. Yeah, it looks like it's 300. Okay. I think this will work, so then, like, the houses will be the size of my head right now or whatever. I mean, we can, I think it'll be fine. Is man Godotting right now? Perhaps, yeah. Also, by the way, I think there's something going on in here with a tween, but it's... Or a time step, whatever, I don't know what it is. But or that's actually with A-Star. It's throwing thousands and thousands of errors, so might need to fix that. Is this Snake Mari? MSC? Yeah. It's like that one game. I haven't played it, but it's yeah. What is it called again? Katamari? Yeah. And this is the big food. This is gonna be like the house-sized food. Alright. I like turning into a ball and dying. Gotta get the timing right. There we go. I have died. Back to 0. Alright. Ooh. Well, there's sprites there to do. We got zone 3 and zone 4. Also, I did warning sign. Zone 3. That's gonna be like the castle or whatever, I think. Alright, let's go double check on that. Yeah, so that'll be the biggest thing. Ooh. Vehicles, house, large animal. Yeah, that's gonna be like the 3rd tier. It could be like smaller houses where like this one is like big castle size stuff. Okay. What's the QA chat? Yeah, I had that issue. Okay. Let's do... What do we want to do next? Could grind out... We can start working on the Zone 2 tile map, maybe. I'm thinking for that, it shouldn't be too bad. Probably do like a dirt area. Kind of like some dirt road around a village or something, right? If that makes sense. At least that's the idea in my head. So we can go mess with our grass tile set. We really should just call this terrain or whatever, probably. Because this also has like the transition between... I'm probably going to... I'm not going to change how it's organized yet. It's too much work. But I will get started on the next boundary too for this dirt zone. Right? Also, I'm probably going to increase the brightness of the dirt here because I initially did this color for the dirt because it was like the outer boundary and I didn't want anyone to see past it. But now that you're actually going in that zone, I think it probably makes more sense to replace it with this brighter color like that. So yeah. Although it does mean that this is a little weird now. That's fine. We'll just go ahead and do this. Bop, like that. And maybe for these edges, I might actually just make it full dark. Now let's just do that. Where's my grid? I don't know why it keeps turning off my grid. So we'll also kind of like get started a little bit on the transition to the next like type of tile, which I think will be like a cobblestone path thing. And then the final one will be like, you know, some kind of castle, like clean stone brick, whatever, we'll see. So this is going to be layered on top of this one. So we might as well just get started on all these variations. Let's copy this over. And I'll actually just do this probably. I want to organize this tile set better. It's kind of a mess. Let's do that. I have to redo the tiles anyways, probably, so. But really what we should do is this in the center, and then these tiles surrounding that. So we kind of have like our tile sets here, right? And I think it's just the easiest to keep all this as the same image so we don't have to keep changing the atlas every time, honestly. At least that's what I think. I love when I accidentally delete everything. I wish there was some kind of like grid select mode, you know? I don't think there is. Whoa. That's a weird magnet. Hopefully this doesn't corrupt anything when I change these tile sets. It'll probably be okay, but I don't know. And also see, like, these aren't even in the tile set anymore, so I'm just going to delete those. And then we're going to move this up like this. So we have, like, the first thing there. And then our second set over here of the dirt stuff. So let's make all of our like core tiles or whatever. Which I guess we'll just go ahead and have the second one down here ready to go. And this one will map to gray. So we'll just go ahead and fill these kind of out. So here, let's do this. Let's make all of these gray right now. And we'll work on the transitions. So these are going to go out by like 4 or whatever. Just be consistent. I guess we can do even more. We'll see. Doesn't have to be specific. But yeah, this is going to be like cobblestones or whatever, so we're going to kind of just like, right, do like this. So it's like dirt in between the cobblestones. Which actually then, I think like this one should go up. Yeah. This one should be higher up, I think. Yeah, kind of like that. And then this will go up, so it'll be kind of just like one in the corner here. Yeah, that'll work. And we have an ad going. My apologies, guys. Oops. Let's do like a tiny cobble here. And this last one will be Now, the only issue is that this is not going to tile with itself, so that doesn't work. Unless it does. Let's just go ahead and try it really quick. See. I mean, technically it does, but it's a little odd. So let's fix it. Bring that one down like that. All right. So let's see, that one's solid on the right. It doesn't really matter what side it's solid on because they're not going to connect with each other. Just do something like that. That one should be sort of at the default, and this one will be set more in. Just like that. That should work. We gotta do the corner over here. Maybe we do a funny one over here, just to spice it up. Where it's like 2 stones, you know? Yeah. This will look more like cobblestones once we actually have the other variations. We're gonna do, I want to keep the tiles relatively clean. I don't want them to get too distracting. So let's see. This will go out. I always do that. This needs to go out the most there, like that. And maybe this one goes out here, and then we have like a little one here. Catch my drift? Yeah. All right, so that's our dirt tiles. So we have grass, dirt, and then this one's going to be our cobblestones. So this is probably going to transition to like a brighter, more like castle type brick. And it'll just be like a straight up like brick. So I'll kind of just leave that as like a temporary thing. Oops, I deleted everything. And we'll get back to actually implementing that one fully. And then we are also going to need a solid one over here. So I think let's go ahead and change the shape of this. We're going to resize canvas and resize it to be another plus 24. So this is going to be our full like brick down here. And I got to stop doing that. Okay. And we're also going to bake in a couple of things in here. I imagine we're going to reuse our tuft system. So this won't be like a whole lot in here. Just kind of like darker splotches, right? Wow, that is darker, isn't it? No, that's fine. It'll look okay, I think. This is going to be like some marks in the soil, right? Something like that. We'll see. We'll mess around. And then we're going to have our cobblestone variations, which are going to be a little more involved. Those are going to kind of have like GMTK about pumpkins. We have pumpkins for food. in our game. So that's what's going on here. This is almost going to be like the stream lag. Oh yeah, no, it's all good. And maybe these will have like a little bit of an outline sort of thing. Let's see. You gotta be careful with tile sets. I mean, you want these to be detailed, but at the same time, you don't want them to be too distracting. Like, some of these can just kind of be like this, where we have just like... sort of like a negative space. Where we're just indicating that there is probably a cobble there. Maybe this one has some big... This one's like really cobbled, you know? And give these some outline stuff. Something kind of like that. I don't know if I want to do any like shine marks on the cobbles. We'll figure that out later. But maybe we actually do, now that I'm thinking about this, instead of these really dark lines in here, we do like kind of like dirt. Maybe. We'll see. We had to mess around with how those cobbles look. We'll figure that out. And then over here is going to be all our brick variations, which I think all I want to do for this is just kind of do like... We'll make like kind of a brick shape that we can use here, but we're not actually going to like fully use it. We're just going to crop out certain parts from it. So kind of like this. And actually this doesn't work because this has to be like that. That should be fine. We can lift this side up then. Let's just make sure this is a valid brick pattern. It should be. Oops. I messed up. No! I messed up, guys. It's not valid. It's because we did 3. Yeah, they have to do 2 or 4. It has to be an even number. So since this is going to be really tiny scale, I think we should probably do 4. Do 1, 2, 3, and 4. Wish there was some kind of like lock tool for the pencil so I could like... Or the brush. Alright, that should definitely work though. So what we're going to do for this is it's not going to be like the full brick pattern on all of this. It's just going to be like we select some of it. So like... We just do like this section or whatever, right? And then all of this is taken out. And same like sort of with over here, we just do like a small portion. So then when this is all combined together, it'll just be like little segments of the brick. It's a line tool I always use for lines. Does it snap? Oh yeah, I guess I can just hold shift. It's weird with pixel art and Krita though, but I guess it'll work. And this one will be really tiny. So it's gonna have the little guy on top, and then also this one. Alright, so this is a much better tile set so far. I'm gonna probably crop this now and give ourselves just a little bit of space for like something else in here, but so we have grass, then dirt, then cobble, then brick. That should be good. So crop it to that. Boom. Let's resave it. Now it's going to break everything in here, but we can go fix it. Yeah. So tile map. Layer. This is the first tile set, so we are going to fill this one in. Green in the center. That around that side. That side. That side, and that, I guess, is the edge right there. Yeah. So we just leave it there. Then on tile map layer 2, this is actually going to be, yeah, 1 beneath this one, so minus 51. And this one's going to be filled with our cobbles. Let's also delete some of these tiles that don't exist anymore. I can't select those ones anymore, so I guess they're gone. So let's try this out. We're going to, this should all just be this color. But how big are these? Okay, good. So they are double the size. So now we just fill all this in with our second map size. And this will just be kind of randomized. So we just sprinkle these in. Yeah, that looks pretty good, actually. And then you see after we do that part, this is also going to have, what's this down here? I don't know. Then this is going to have this boundary, and that's where the cobblestones will start for like the next zone that we're on. Right, kind of like that. And we'll just copy this, paste again. So I presume the scale of this is just set to 2 times. Yeah. So then the scale of this one is going to be set to 4 times. Which it already is, okay. And this one is all just going to be just gray. Set the depth to minus 52. And now we can finally sprinkle in our cobbles. Like so. Boom. Alrighty. So we'll probably add more variations to the cobblestone one, but it's fine for now. We can start to see the map kind of come together. Hey, welcome in. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Just says subscribe, but I presume it says you're still on the streak, so. Subscribe for 13 months. Sheesh. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. How have you been doing? The confetti didn't activate, so let's go do that. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's epic. Pretty good. Nice. I've been doing good. Just working on Starground. Right now we're doing a game jam. So this is GMTK 2025. It's the theme this time is loop. So we're kind of we're following that theme in a couple different ways. The first off is that so the game is kind of like Snake at its core, but it's going to be where you can like loop around like that and form like a circle around things. So no, I know who you are. I know. Deblotto, now known as Nick Jack. So yeah. But yeah, you circle around food in this, and it's gonna do it's gonna do different. I don't know exactly what yet. I want to team with a couple different people. I am mainly doing art stuff for this jam, but we're probably going to mess around with coding here in a minute. But looping around food and then also enemies, it's going to do different things, so we're getting there. Yeah, it's coming along. We've mainly just done tile set stuff so far today, and we're also going to, that blueberry just disappeared. Why are things disappearing? Do they have like a lifespan? That's odd. There we go. So now we transition to like the dirt zone. That's gonna have other stuff in it. Different enemies and decorations and stuff, and we'll get to more decorations here soon, but yeah. But it's coming along. Just gotta keep grinding out assets and stuff. It's really cool. Thank you very much. Yeah. We got the blueberry bush. Yeah, basically like a Snake roguelite, essentially. So I think it'll be pretty fun. It's like Snake, but sprinkle in a couple new gameplay mechanics and roguelite elements, yeah. Because, yeah, it's almost a little bit too like a bullet haven in a way, with like that whole thing of the cards popping up. I think we are going to do some projectiles that shoot out from like collecting whenever you circle around food, so should be cool. Isn't Snake already a roguelite? Technically it is, but then I don't know. The problem though with that is that you can kind of then apply that to almost every game in existence. So I think it's really only a roguelite / like if you actually have like an upgrade system, right? Because otherwise you could say anything is a roguelike. Mario is a roguelike, you know. It could be whatever I want. Any game that you can lose would be a roguelike. So yeah, the losing condition right now is there's gonna be enemies that spawn around. There's no enemies on this like tier yet, I think, which is why we're not seeing anything. But if I restart and spawn in the rocks, enemies will start to attack you more and more as you grow. So that's gonna be kind of the thing that you're battling against, and then also hitting the wall, like when I'm in this zone, that does harm you, right? And then you have to restart. So yeah, what else is the obstacles? Also, going inside of yourself, it's not like an insta-kill like in default Snake, but it can, it does drop your health. So, well, I think Anagon's talking about buffing that, because, yeah, right now it's very, not doing much. Any game where you lose all progress on death is a roguelike? I guess, but I don't think it makes sense to call a game like Mario and stuff a roguelike, though. I feel like that kind of loses the meaning. Because I'm pretty sure that a roguelike has to have some form of, like, semi-permanent progression, where you progress permanently in that run, but then on death you lose that progression. I mean, let's look at the actual definition. Because it's a kind of a subgenre of an RPG, right? Also, it's characterized by dungeon crawling through procedurally generated levels, so I don't know. I mean, this is the thing with genres, is that they're not like super strictly defined, you know? You could kind of argue for whatever kind of genre you want. So I don't know. Yeah, turn-based gameplay, tile-based graphics, and permanent death with player character. That's like typically what I think of when I think of a roguelike. So I wouldn't necessarily say even this game is a roguelike. I mean, it is tile-based. It does have... I guess you could say it's a roguelite. It definitely has elements of a roguelike, but it's not really, like, true to the genre, I would say. It's more of an arcadey thing, I feel like, than an actual roguelike. But I don't know. It's always hard to say. Boing, boing. So yeah, these rocks are the enemies, at least in the starting, like, quote-unquote tutorial zone. When you run into them, you take damage, so... Alright, so we got that going. I do also want to apply this same, like, grid thing here to these other... So we're going to have tile map overlay 2 and 3. So what's the ordering of this one? Minus 50, minus 51, minus 52. I should probably make a brush for this, but I don't really know how to do that. I think you do like patterns. Okay, so let's try doing that. I think I just select this pattern. And then I copy it or something and paste it in here. Oh, that should have been on the overlay though. Copy, paste. Hold on, I don't think it worked. So it looks like we just accidentally deleted a bunch of tiles. Awesome. Here, let's do this in a more controlled area right now. And just make a checkerboard pattern so I can draw this out a little easier. Alright, we got that. Select it, copy, patterns, paste it. There we go. And just delete this pattern or whatever. I don't know how to delete it, but whatever. Excuse me? Oh, I duplicated our tile set? Okay, now I can go in here and actually set this up. Make sure I fix all these holes I made. I love messing everything up. It's my favorite thing to do. Okay. Now we go to this one and we can paint these same tiles on top. Although I realized these have to be increased in size. I don't know why I'm not seeing it show up. It must be. I think it's because... Yeah. It's because it's under the other one. Which is odd, because they have the same Z index, so it shouldn't be under it, because it's after, it should be over it. But I guess we can just move all these to be over here. Nope, because then it goes under, so... I'm not sure what's happening. Why doesn't that work? Maybe we just do each one by one. I don't really know what's going on then. Minus 51. Minus 51. But I draw it on and it just doesn't work. So I'm not sure. Because if you get rid of it, then you can see that, yeah, it is actually drawing it. But it just isn't for some reason, or it's not on top. This is set to Y sort. Oh, that must be Y. Because these are Y sorted, so... Since the position of this is set to 16, now it should be okay. Yeah, there we go. So I think I can just do bop. Nope, that doesn't work. Let's modify our pattern so that we can actually do that, though. So we actually just want to go to right there. Well, we don't need that much of a crazy pattern then. It's literally just tiles. Boom. Let me draw, please. Tile map, tiles. There we go. Now copy that, put it into the patterns. I wish I could delete patterns, I don't know how to. Do I just hit delete? Oh yeah, okay. So now we just grab this and just go up. There we go. And since that's how this is actually going to work with the tiles, we can go back into these and delete these parts, because now they don't need to connect anymore. And also same situation here, but we have to do this first. Resave it. Now we're good. So yeah, that looks pretty good actually. So now when we play it, it should all work out. Lag. I don't know why the food keeps disappearing. I don't know if that's supposed to be an intentional mechanic or not. So yeah, no idea. Level up. Kill the rock. Rock is so yummy. It gives me so much food. There you go. So now we got the little checker pattern, sort of. That's looking better. I feel like there needs to be a sound for sure when we eat something. Right now it's kind of devoid of sound. Also, the snake is definitely not aligned on the grid we're on, which is odd. I don't know why these were set to 16 on the position, so that's probably why. So now let's test this. Am I normal? No, it's still messed up. It looks like they need to be... Let's see, what is that offset there? -8? Or it's like 24 divided by 4, so like 6. Like -6. I think. I don't know. Let's see what that looks like. Ow. A little more. I guess it must be -12. And that made everything disappear? Okay, and that should be the correct position now. Yeah. Epic. And yeah, those are, every 2 of those is 1 full tile. They're not quite the same, like, it's not a direct mapping, it looks like, but it's close enough. It's fine. Make it like a really satisfying sound like in Balatro. Yeah. We'll definitely be working on more sound stuff. So yeah. You know, what would be nice actually is when every time you increase size, the base tile stuff stays the same, but these little black overlay tiles actually like increase. So like these little ones here are the same size as the big ones. Because then it would still help with like grid alignment stuff, even when the items and stuff in here are tiny. It's probably what we need to do. Yeah. What happened to looping around the items? See, we're still gonna add that. I think it's gonna become now more of a like a little boost ability kind of thing when you do that. So, but yeah, things are still being planned out. Yeah, the scaling thing, that was something we wanted to do from the beginning. It's just what's the word? We finally got around to it today, so... Or not today, but we've been getting around to it. It'd be cool to start off like a tiny snake eating bugs and stuff, then getting big and eating entire cities. Yeah, that's gonna be kind of the idea, is that we're like really tiny in here, just eating some fruit. And now out here, this dirt zone is gonna be kind of the scale of that's like, you know, I guess the size of like people and stuff, like carts of food and bushes, and then out here on this scale, that's going to be like eating people's houses and stuff, or like wagons, like big wagons. And then you go out one more scale, and that's going to be eating like entire castles. That's going to be the big scale. See, that's getting there. All right, we'll keep messing with tile stuff more once we have probably a little bit more gameplay stuff ready to go. But otherwise, I think that's a good start. The tile alignment is still really weird. I don't like how I can still see, like... I think what we need to do is make it so that this overlay, it's just like whatever one is active, so... I don't know, I can't modify this depth. Oh. I screwed everything up. Right, so that one just kind of goes invisible, and then layer 2 shows up like this. Because then it becomes a little more obvious that, like, okay, 2 of these tiny tiles are now the same size as one of the big tiles. And then once that's done, it goes again with the tier 3 one. Right, this is just, like, even larger. And I guess this one's going to be offset a whole tile, probably. I'm not exactly sure yet. We'll figure all that out. So it's going to look like this, and then this one's going to be like that, right? So you can kind of start to see the scaling. I still got to work on all the positioning stuff. It's a little weird, but yeah. Just because of like how these are, yeah, I don't know. We got to figure all that out. Let's set these back to their proper depths. This was at -51. There's also this grid base. I don't know what this is. Is grid base used for something? This is just being used to convert global space to grid space. Okay. All right. Anyways, it's looking better though. So I'm not going to necessarily mark these as being done. I'll just say they're kind of in progress. But yeah. We're getting there though. What do new issues just generate? No. There's a lot of bugs with the movement system right now. but I'm sure we'll get all that fixed. Alrighty. Time to program a little bit more now. I'm gonna go ahead and push all these changes and stuff to the world scene and all that business right now, but got the change to food, which is stupid, and I didn't actually change food. What are my stash changes? Okay, just ignore that. So that's changing the CRT shader. I guess that's whatever. Changing the tree, added the food cart stuff. Change the warning. All the maximum health icons. A dash. Okay. And then changing the tile set. Alright, let's push these changes. I don't know why this is -autosave.krita. Weird. Let's put this to a new branch. New assets. Bring my changes to new assets. Publish the branch. Come on, GitHub. All right. Oh, I didn't commit it yet. I was like, oh, but now we're good. So add new art assets and tweak tile sets. Loading, loading, loading. Alrighty. Apparently I added 347 things. I don't think that's true. Well, I guess that's just additions instead of... Okay. Alright. This should all be fine. New pull request. Create the pull request. Can be merged automatically, so we're gaming. And yeah, let's delete the branch. Okay, now we can go back to main. And we should be all up to date. Come on, come on. Go! Okay. Yep, so we are all good in here. Alrighty. I didn't mess up the vignette, did I? No, we're good. I can go ahead and close this pull request now. I don't know why it always says it's like, whatever, loading or something, or checking if it can merge if it's already been merged. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Okay, that's a good start. So let's see where we're at now. So this is all looking pretty good. You start off tiny. I know Adagon's been fixing a lot of bugs with like the knockback because it kept causing weird issues. So hopefully it's a little more reliable now. Level up. The icons for these need to change. I'm not exactly sure where in the files, though, that is defined. So we'll have to look through at some point, or Adagon can handle it. We'll see. It's funny that you want to purposely hurt yourself so that you can get food from the rocks, because they drop like 5. I am big now. It looks like the tiles are still completely off. So it must be that the tile position's being set in code or something. We'll look into that. Looks like horizontally it's fine and aligned, but then vertically it's not. So I really don't know what's going on with that. Unless I just messed it up, which I probably did. Yeah, because these are actually not aligned properly with the little tiles, so I think they need to change position, but that's fine. We'll get around to that. I might also make these tiles a little bit more random, like on the edges, so it's not just this perfect square in the center of our map. Like, make it kind of a little more, I don't know, we'll see. Not the actual walls and fences, but just the grass. Swokeman, I'm totally newbie, never tried to make a game before, but I want to try in a game jam. Do you think it'd be a good idea? Yeah, I think doing a game jam is a good time to learn. Because it's this very small, self-contained thing. You're not like committing yourself to this massive big project that could take years or whatever. It's a little more what's the word? Like low commitment. So I think it's a really good idea to learn through game jams. So I definitely recommend it. Yeah, this is a good opportunity to learn basic stuff and how to like manage your time. I mean, I wouldn't expect to win or anything if it's your first game. Don't go into it like aiming for that, right? That's not a good idea. But I think it's a good excuse to finally dive in and start making a game. So alrighty. Let's go ahead and size up again. So yeah, we have to change. I think this second tier map or whatever is actually too big, so we're gonna change that. But yeah. But it's getting there. And yeah, tiles are completely misaligned. So we gotta figure out what to do with that. But I want to make sure that they're like lined up with these tiles down here. Yeah, I know how to code, but never use any game engine or anything related. Okay. Yeah, I mean, really, it's not too bad to get... If you already know how to do a lot of the programming, it's not a huge jump from that up to using the engine. If you... I mean, there's a bunch of different engines you could use. If you're planning on messing with Godot, that's all in a GD script, which is pretty similar to Python. Otherwise, I think Game Maker is kind of similar to maybe JavaScript. Also, you can use C# in Godot too. Actually, you can use almost any language in Godot if you get the GD extension or whatever. What else is there? Unity uses C#. Unreal uses C++, I think. But you can also do blueprinting in there, which is like a visual programming kind of thing. Yeah. I would recommend it. Do like a really short one, you know, like a 3-day jam or whatever, so that you can just do it over the weekend and just focus and commit. The ones that are like a lot longer, like 1 week plus kind of jams, I think those are too long for anybody, even if you're experienced or not, because it's just like it's kind of too short to be like a serious long-term project, but too long to be like a short little weekend thing. So I think 3 days, in my opinion, 2 or 3 days is perfect, like the perfect length for a jam. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But yeah, so many errors in here. Okay. Ugh. Well, we got all those assets done. I think I wanna pivot to Starground for just a little bit, because I really want to get this build up the game. And the final last thing that we have to do is the being able to replace conveyors. So yeah, I saw that Godot language. It seems like Python. We'll try. By the way, my English could be weird because I'm Spanish, never study English. Yeah, no worries. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. Come on, Starground. It's crazy how much slower Starground is to boot up, but it's just because it's in the engine. It has to like cache a bunch of things. There's so many more assets in Starground. There's hundreds and hundreds. There's also a lot of shaders. I wonder if removing some shaders that I'm not using anymore would probably be a good idea, just to improve loading performance. So, all right, let's just load up a basic baby save like this one and see if we can place these conveyors on top of each other. We were messing around with the code earlier. Okay, so it does let you place it. It does look red, though. It's not supposed to look like that, obviously. So let's go back into... So this is what we're going to check for. We've got the replace object is that we're going to say if replace object dot direction is not equal to the direction we're trying to do here, which is build data dot rotation. Then we can go ahead and place it. Let's try that out. Whoopsies. I messed up, guys. Okay. Looks like that does not work for some reason. So why is that? Also, we have to say if replace object. Build data dot rotation. What is build data dot rotation going to be? I'm pretty sure it's just let's just print what it is. and print what this is. What's up, Ryan? How's it going? Let's see what this is printing out. I love floating point. So we have to change how that's detected. Let's just do this, which is print vector2.right.rotated build data.rotation. Let's see what that looks like. So that looks like it's proper. So we'll just compare vectors instead. Otherwise, it's just too janky. I'm actually going to convert this to a vector 2i after I do the rotation. There we go. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So now when we place this down, yeah. So it'll only do it once as long as the conveyor we're placing is not in the same direction. So that's good. I'm also going to do this, which I want to have another optional thing down here and remove conveyor, which is drop items is true by default, but we're going to say this and drop items because I want to be able to pass false and make it so that the items actually just stay on the conveyor belt. I think it's going to be way better that way. Because before, with how we did the like replacing conveyors, it would drop all the items of the conveyor and consume it and then place it again, and it's just annoying. So I'd like to do this where we create a conveyor with all the stuff and then we say global.conveyors.remove conveyor. So I might have to get some of this data first before we delete all this or whatever. But yeah. So it's going to be force placing the conveyor tier. I guess that's the only issue is when we swap between tiers. That's something we might have to work out. So we need to, if we break a conveyor and we put the new one down, the higher tier, I guess it does kind of complicate things quite a bit. So we'll see about that. I guess what I can do though is make it so that the item doesn't drop, right? Just the materials to create it. So over on YouTube, welcome in. Watching this is a learning experience for me. Well, I'm glad to hear. I always hope that people can learn things from what I'm doing. So we're just gonna do that. Use local chords. We're gonna remove conveyor first. I'm gonna say drop item. Like that. So now here's what we're gonna do. Is we're gonna remove it, but say do not drop item. And then when we create it over here, so we're gonna copy a couple variables over. So first off is actually, we really only need position and the ID. So if our item ID is replace object.item ID. And then we remove, set this new one to item ID. And that should be it. So we'll have the same rotation, different tier, and we should be good to go. But now, okay, so let's test it. So if we have a conveyor, mover, put an item on it, like that, then we rotate it, the item stays on the conveyor, which I think is actually a good thing. It's funny that it does that. I didn't realize it would do that. May have to have a check on connecting the signal up to another conveyor just to make sure that it's actually a direction that's valid, or that it's not the opposite direction. But it's not really a huge deal, I guess. The only thing that's a little quirky is the fact that it starts at the beginning and then goes all the way. Like, it's a little odd, but it's mostly okay. I guess what I can do is just copy over progress. Might as well. So progress is 0. Or progress is replace object.progress. And we create the new conveyor, but then we say global.conveyors at index data position dot progress is equal to progress. So now it shouldn't look all weird and stuttery. Yikes. Hey, Ezra, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, welcome in. We are currently messing a little bit with Starground, but we are working on the jam today, mainly. Going well. Fun GMTK jam this year. Yeah, I think I was talking about the theme earlier. I think it's a pretty nice theme. It's like open-ended enough to where you don't end up with just the same game, everybody making the same game, but still like enough of a workable concept. So I think it's cool. A lot of cleaning up, a lot of UX. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I've been just working on a whole bunch of assets today. We messed with the tile set a little more, and we're starting to kind of refine the other tiers, different zones and stuff, and just drew a bunch of items and things, but it's going good. Also a whole bunch of icons. This one, ooh, this one, the list is endless. This one, it's going good. And some puzzle design and level design currently. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, we're getting there. We still got a ways to go with our concept, but we're almost there. I think with just a little bit more work on the gameplay mechanics and setting up a couple more assets, I think we should be good to go. The plan right now is 4 tiers, which is kind of a lot. I might discuss with the team how we're feeling about that, because that does require a whole new set of... I mean, we haven't really even gotten started on enemy stuff too much yet, so I don't want to bite off way more than we can chew. We'll see. Because we really do need to start spending more time on actually like polishing things, so I don't know. It's always hard to gauge work stuff like that with like how much is your team actually able to realistically get done. So, but yeah. So this is just a little off the aspect ratio of our camera. I need to mess with the camera stuff because it's a little whack. Because it like gets cut off at the tile there. Yeah, I don't know. Might have to do that. But anyways, that's what we've been up to. I just started to pivot over to Starground just for a little tiny bit. because I've been working on this new whole rebuild of the way that conveyors and stuff work in Starground, and I really want to get it out this weekend so that people can mess around with it a little bit, and I can, because then right after the jam is over, I already know like what issues I need to fix. So we're right there. I just have to get this. It's basically the ability to plop down a conveyor on top of another one to rotate it. So yeah, I don't know why this died though. It says invalid access to property or key that. Oh, it's because I'm dumb and I didn't use local coordinates. So let's fix that. Have a good stream. Must head out. See you around. Sounds good. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Okay, let's put another item on now. So now if I rotate this and it's already at like progress 1, it just kind of stays there. Cool. Then the other thing that we can also do is set the insert direction too. So I think all we say here is just, yeah, insert direction will be something else by default. But yeah, we can just say global.conveyors.data. Insert direction is equal to our last direction, so if our insert direction is replace object.direction, which actually I guess doesn't technically make any sense. Oh, but we'll just keep it as the same insert direction, so that one. That should work. So let's see what happens here now if we're like replacing as items are moving. So McCanderman, thank you for the follow, Janderman. So if we have this, and then if we move this right as it goes, like, let's see. We put this one down, and then as soon as this item goes on, yeah. So now it just kind of seamlessly works when we rotate this without being all weird and janky. Cool. And also Zero Fish Games, thank you for the follow. Probably saying all these names so wrong. Alright. I think that's looking good. The only thing I have to make sure is if, just to test, because I don't know what happens if we actually set this to full progress or whatever. So if we do that and we have another conveyor over here and we do that. Okay, so it does work. It just takes a like 1 second for the item to progress, but that's not a big deal. So yeah, looks like we are golden. Golden ready. Now also one other test I need to do really quick to make sure. I have to do so much testing with this stuff because if it's unreliable, it's gonna break and everyone will be angry at me. And I do this, that's an issue. It deleted an item. I kind of assumed that would happen. And that's why I tested it. So let's just make sure we put out 3 items. Let's see if it deletes the other item. Yeah, it does. So the reason that happens is because the minute that we place down this conveyor, what's happening is that the other conveyor behind it is checking if it can put its item into it. So down here where we are setting all this stuff up. So if we go check in here when we create the conveyor. So yeah, we're setting direction, position, blah, blah, blah. Then we say front.move.controller check moved, check signals. So it must be that I'm immediately calling item moved. Actually, yeah, that's probably what I'm doing in here. I'm probably saying item moved at emit. Yes. So I only want to emit that if we do not have an item in here. So if item dot is empty, then we emit that. And that should fix that issue, I believe. Let's go make sure. And let's just make sure this works normally with every other scenario too. So if we do this, plop down a conveyor. Yeah, since item ID is empty, it's fine. Now we do this test again with 3 items, right? We have that one there, do that. Yeah, so that works properly now. Good stuff. And I don't think there's going to be any issues on loading, because those are just going to, yeah, start with item and then progress, and they're just going to progress. Should be okay. Oopsies. All right, we are getting really close then to this working. It is really nice how you're able to just kind of keep the item on the conveyor belt without picking it up. Because you don't always want to be picking up these items and stuff when you're, like, changing the direction of your conveyors. It can be annoying, right? So, yeah. This is looking pretty good now. Let's delete all these. So the final last thing, I swear, is this when you're placing down the conveyor as in the build preview object, it shows that it's still red, even though it's not. It shouldn't be. So it should be an easy fix. We just have to go into our build preview script. And down in here where we're checking to see if we can place it, I think we have a check down in here if it is a conveyor. Yeah, right here. So we're just saying bod is that. I don't know why I said bod instead of just body. It might have just been a typo or something. So is this in process or physics process? Oh, right. There is no process anymore, right? Is there no process anymore? That's good. Oops, I just searched everything. Good. No, this is the way. This is the way it should be. All right, so then down here, yeah, this is just checking if it's a another conveyor. Really easy fix to this is just say var conveyor is equal to global.conveyors.data.get. We're gonna say var local chord is conveyors.get global position. Global to map, and we're gonna get it there. I don't know why I'm checking multiple times in here. I mean, that code's fine, but it's kind of out of date now. So now I'm just going to check if conveyor sprite modulators replace color, else. It cannot place color. Actually, it should be doing that by default over here. So let's just do that. So I place it, it's blue, and then when it's on top of another conveyor, it turns green, which is like an indicator saying, you can replace this. Awesome. So a couple things, though, that we have to change is if it's facing the same direction, then we don't want it to. So we have to say if conveyor.direction is not equal to... And now we got to convert our rotation into that. Which I know we get in here somewhere. Object rotation. Vector 2i converting from a vector2.right.rotated object rotation. But we're only going to do that if we know that the... Here, let's see. Where do we use replace color? That's the only spot. But if it's a different tier of conveyor, then we don't do that. Oh, I see. So that should actually turn red. So we'll just do this. Cannot place color. Or I guess if we have a conveyor, first off we set it to cannot place, and then we decide if it is replaceable. So let's check this. Yeah. Okay, awesome. What if I do research all and give myself copper ingots and gear? See, if I place a V2, I should be able to replace it on top of that right there, but it just shows up as being red. So that's not supposed to work like that. Although I noticed that it's not actually working in our like multiplayer setup script in here, so we need to fix that in a build object. Oh, I love when I accidentally type things in randomly. So all the way down here, conveyor tier stuff here. So this is the check right here. If direction is not equal to place direction, or conveyor tier is not equal to replace object dot conveyor tier or dot tier. So now when we go ahead and place this down, you can see since this is a different tier, boom, it works, and we can replace our conveyor belts with higher tier ones. Conveyor belt texture looks sick. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of shader stuff with these recently. Basically, it's a shader that makes it so I just pass in the regular straight conveyor sprite like this, and it warps it so it turns into a curve. It's pretty cool. I'm glad I finally got it working. It definitely wasn't easy. It's been a lot of work trying to figure out how to map it properly, but now that it is, it looks very nice. Before, the way I used to do it was I just had like a circle version of the conveyor, and it would actually just rotate around inside of it. So it was kind of close enough to where it's like, okay, yeah, it's kind of a rotating conveyor, but it definitely looked a little odd. But this looks nice and connected now. Alright, final check for this. We just have to do the same thing, but now over in our build preview. So if it's not the same direction, or what did I copy? I didn't copy the right thing, I guess. I swear sometimes Godot just like doesn't copy stuff. Okay, there we go. So this is what we're gonna say. We have conveyor. We don't know what the tier is of the building we're placing though, so that is something that we have to figure out. Although I think it's pretty easy because we have up in here. Which what I thought it was? Yeah. Where do I get the building data? Object.object size, so that's what we're referencing down here. So object.get conveyor tier -1. Oops, -1. So watch this. Boom. All good there, but if I do a V2, since it replaces the tier, I can put it in whatever direction I want. Oh yeah, guys. And yet another step that I could take is that if the conveyor is the same tier and I'm replacing it, it doesn't drop its materials. I think we do that, because it's just another little layer of quality of life. Then you don't have to go pick up all the materials that drop when you do like that to replace all your conveyors, so this is nice. So with the somewhat bland route making a 2D platformer, that's all good. I mean, honestly, I don't think I think you should just make whatever kind of game you want. I don't think it's a platformer is already always necessarily the bland route or whatever. Break the conveyors. That's cool. Yeah, I've made a couple platforms in the past, honestly. Done well, my very first ever game was a platformer, because that's always like the classic, I feel like, starting genre, right? As your first game. Yeah, you definitely learn a lot from doing platformer stuff, like how to do like player physics movement and all that, and jumping, and a lot of basic movement principles that apply to a lot of other games. So let's go back into here. Also, I don't think I'm actually taking items from my inventory, I noticed. Yeah, even though it's dropping things, but that doesn't matter because we're going to make it work. So in here. Last year for GMTK, I tried to make a 3D platformer solo. Oh yeah. How did that end up going? Let's see, where do I do the removal of my items? Yeah, it's just right here. So we can run this code if we do want the items to actually like delete. So. And the check that we're going to do in there for that is just right here. So I'm going to say if drop materials, do that, else. It was a struggle, but ended up finishing. Nice. That's always good. I think with Game Jam stuff, like, regardless of what you actually end up making, if you end up finishing, I think that's a victory, right? Because it's so hard. Because, yeah, I mean, there's just so many different obstacles that you kind of run into with Game Jam sometimes. Like, if you're working on your own project, it just means taking longer, right? But with a Game Jam, it's like if you realize, like, oh, I'm not gonna have time to do this, then it's just that you can't. You can't extend out the deadline, so. But yeah, it's always good. That's the great thing to learn and take from Game Jams is like that skill of knowing how to get things finished eventually. Sometimes, unfortunately, it means cutting out content and maybe not actually creating the end product you imagined at the beginning, but that's also sometimes how it goes in the real world. If I took 5 years to make Starground, I think that would be a huge waste of time for me. I mean, yeah, I would learn skills and stuff, but I learned so much when I actually move on and work on new things. It's great for actually finishing work. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so we can just run a simple check here. All we say is just if, or we say drop materials is equal to that. So if it's not the same, then drop materials is true. And I think that's it there. So yeah, then we're going to say for I and build data, we remove that amount. And we're also going to pass that down in crate conveyor as well. Thank you for the hydrate. And for the speed. Oh, I appreciate it. So yeah, on remove conveyor, again, we have drop item, but now we're going to have drop materials, which will be true by default. So we're going to say if drop materials. Now back in here, on remove conveyor, false, and whatever drop materials is. So check this, guys. So if we're rotating the same conveyor, no need to drop materials, right? Because we're just rotating it. Now, yes, if we are replacing the conveyor with a new tier, we kind of have to because they just don't use the same things. But it's not a big deal. That's how people played the game anyways. But I really like the ability to just like rotate this stuff and not worry about items dropping off your conveyors. It makes it very convenient. Because it's like, oh, you messed up the rotation here, middle click, rotate, you're good, you're done. So it's pretty nice. And actually, I realized one thing here, though, is that if we have, let's say we don't have the materials to rotate this, it won't actually let us do it. So we do actually want to change that behavior inside of this code in here, which is that if we are just replacing the object, then, you know, leave you rotating right now. I know, it's crazy. Because we do all this stuff and say, that's fine. If we are colliding, we say it has items. So we just need to change how this kind of is handled. So first off, we're going to get replace object if that object, Godot, if that object exists. Oh my god, I can't copy things, whatever. This always happens with Godot. I don't know why that happens. And then if we know that we're going to be dropping materials or whatever, then we know that we have to have the items on hand. So we cut, please. Okay. So we have to set that stuff and place direction and stuff. So now we say if has items or not place or drop materials. Now we can check everything. So I think we're all good to go here. Get rid of all this old stuff now, probably. I don't know why I would be doing saved vars down here. Darn object. I think I just copied that over from a different section of code, but it's not necessary anymore. All right. Thank you for the spin. So let's see if this works now. So if we select this and we attempt to rotate it. Never mind, doesn't work. Let's figure out why. Actually, it's probably because of how it is in here. Because I don't think it lets us place it at all if can place. Maybe that's the... Yeah, and has items. That's the thing right there. Okay, so we're gonna have to change that. Let's go from 1 to crazy debugs. I know that's gonna be really cool. I'm I'm glad they're re-releasing the good version instead of just making another garbage one that's gonna suck. But yeah, that's gonna be really awesome to be able to play that in HD textures and stuff. I'm excited for that. What is it dropping on? Just everywhere? UVZ replanted. Oh, dude, you can already pre-purchase it for 20 bucks. Yeah, it's gonna be sick. And multiplayer mode. That's cool. Yeah. Multiplayer Plants vs. Zombies sounds awesome. So, I think some versions had multiplayer, right? But it was never on and there's like new stuff. There's Adventure Plus, whatever this is. RIP mode. So this will be really cool to check out all the new stuff too. Yeah, the textures do look really good. Like just looking at it. They're all nice and crisp. I remember how the old textures used to be kind of blurry. I was hoping for a yeah. I would probably have to give it a of Crazy Dave. Yeah, player 2. I'm excited for this. When is it coming out? October 23rd? I will probably definitely pre-purchase this. Yeah, there's new bonus content, levels, co-op, PvP. Also co-op and PvP, which is really cool. Cloudy day mode. See, there's like new challenge modes and stuff. I think it's gonna be really fun. I'm pretty excited to play it. Yeah, this is the original version, which doesn't look bad by any means. Yeah, you can definitely see some of the improvement to the textures in the new one. Yeah, that'd be cool. Ah, thank God. Thank God it wasn't just Plants vs. Zombies 4 or whatever, with more garbage in it. Okay, so this is the check that I have to do right here, which is... Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out if this is what I'm doing down here. So I guess we do that up here before we do this check of actually placing it. So we'll just do this, and then we say conveyor direction is replace color, and if we input, then we go ahead and just do it. So that should be okay. I know, 3 is something. Yeah, I forgot 3 is actually out. But see, this is the thing. All the Plants vs. Zombies games are doing is mobile. I want to play on my computer. I don't want to play on mobile. Yeah, it's definitely something. It's gone through a lot of different iterations, I think, because I think at one point it used to be like 3D, but then they changed it back to 2D. I don't know. They just like babyified everything. That's basically what they did. Everything, all the plants and zombies look like babies. Probably just so that they can sell more plushes and more microtransactions. I don't know. It's just stupid. Yeah, Fiverr art. I don't know. I don't know why they went this direction. I mean, honestly, I like the vibe. I just realized that like the grass in Starground is literally the grass in Plants vs. Zombies. I probably subconsciously did that. Actually, never mind. The Plants vs. Zombies grass is... It only looks like a checkerboard on the bad one. But the way they do it, it kind of almost looks like a... what do they call that? I'm stupid in the brain right now. Plaid or whatever. Like, is that what that? Plaid texture. Yeah, kind of like this, right? I was thinking about doing that actually in the GMTK Jam game. But I decided to just go with checker. Pea shooter. Fusion bowling. Why did the image change when I click on it? Is it a GIF? What? Do you see that? That's so weird. Oh, okay. So games related-ish. Welcome in. Secret of Mana music, yeah. Welcome in. We are currently messing with Starground, but I think we're good to go. So let's check this. Ooh, we can rotate without items. It is showing that it's red for some reason, but I think it's because I forgot to remove a line of code. I think that's why. Oh, it's because this is the final thing that gets set down here. So I'm just gonna check if conveyor and all that stuff. I'll say var replacing is true or is false. And then if all of that is valid, then we say replacing is true. So we say only run this if replacing, and that should, or if not replacing, that should fix it. So let's try that. There we go. So yeah, if it's same direction, can't do anything, but if you're changing its direction to a different direction. So yeah, you could just do this and hold left click and spam R if you wanted to. All right, but then normally if you're actually placing it down new, like you can't place it without items because you're not replacing. So yeah, it looks like that's working pretty well actually. So yeah, rotating it and stuff doesn't actually take up materials now. And it's set up to where you don't have to actually have the materials on hand to do it. So you can just kind of rotate it whenever you want. So that's good. Cool. I think that's it then. It should also work with all these other ones too. I'm sure that it will. Like if I don't have the items for this one, yeah, I can rotate it. But I can't do that here. Yeah, because I am actually replacing the thing. So yeah, I think we're all good to go. Cool. Yeah, I don't think there's any issues in here. It's still gonna be running this, but that's not a big deal. Because it does need to run it. I guess the only check I could do is just make sure that if... Oh, actually, no, it does work because if it's not equal to conveyor tier... Oh, or that. Okay. It's fine. I kind of do the check anyways at the end. Actually on the server to make sure you have items again, just as a backup. So yeah, we're fine. That kind of just prevents people from cheating. So yeah. What's the gameplay? So of this game, Starground, it's sort of a combo between automation and roguelite dungeon crawling. So around here, you just collect resources and build a factory. This is why we're just messing with the conveyor stuff right now. But then you can go into the dungeons and fight guys if you build a star launcher. So we're probably not going to get into all that right now. But yeah. So that's, we're just kind of taking a little mini excursion and working on this. What we've mainly been doing today is working on a game jam, GMTK 2025. And this is a 4-day jam. It started Thursday. The theme was loop. So the game that we're making for this, the concept is it's kind of like Snake, but your you kind of want to form loops around yourself. You know, normally in Snake, if you run into your own body, you just die, right? But in this, you kind of want to do that on purpose to like loop around food objects and enemies and stuff in order to activate different bonuses. So like doing this and looping around a food item, I believe in the final product will collect the food item, but then also shoot out projectiles from the food to kill enemies around you. So I think it'll be pretty cool. Still a work in progress. I'm working on this with a team of a bunch of other people, so it's not just me making it. But yeah, it's going good. We've mainly just been working on assets and stuff for this. Just drawing in the tile set and items, and also we drew a bunch of power-ups too, which I think we're going to be getting that kind of implemented soon, or setting up the new images for that. I might get around to that. I think one thing I want to work on really soon with this is the main menu, and I'm going to try and get that done by tonight. So yeah, there's like a level up system too. So it's kind of like a roguelite in a way, where you get different abilities and stuff. Thought the other one was the game jam? No, that's... I'll go over the... Starground I've been working on since like December of 2023, so that's been a long process. Yeah, this is the game jam one. I was just taking a little minute to work on some stuff for that because I been meaning to we changed like the whole conveyor belt system and how it works for more performance. So I was just going and fixing a couple things that were needed to be updated to the new system away from the legacy conveyor belts. So, but yeah, that new conveyor belt system seems to be pretty stable. It loads way faster now. I've noticed that the time it takes to load in all of the conveyors on the save with the thousands of conveyors, like whatever, 5,000, 6,000, it only takes 100 milliseconds, which is so fast in comparison to what it took before. It's crazy. It's pretty crazy how much it's improved load times. It's kind of interesting. I didn't think that this would have the biggest impact on loading times, more so than anything else I've ever added into Starground or any optimization I've ever done. Yeah, there's so many good reasons to swap over to the new conveyors. Basically, conveyors in the game used to be like an object or a node, which if you're not familiar with Godot, there's different, so like a node is think of it as like a class or like, you know, just a physical like object in the game scene. So all conveyors used to be that, but I changed it over so that now it's a tile map, kind of like how this is a tile map. And what's great about that is tile maps are super easy to render, and they're very performant that way. And I just do all of the actual like calculations and operations of conveyors inside of a object, not a node. So the reason why it's so much faster, well, first off, I could do a lot of cool, wacky optimizations, but I'm also doing everything signal-based. There's no function calls. They don't also take up... Like, when you have an empty node in the scene tree, Godot still has to process it. So by removing conveyors from that, it's made an enormous difference in performance. I want to learn Godot. I definitely recommend it, and even if you don't end up liking it, I think it's still worthwhile just to check it out and experiment with it, because I think it does offer a lot that's very interesting. So yeah, I'd take a look, see what you think. I decided to try out Godot. I did like a project that just lasted like a week or whatever, because I just wanted to experiment and see how it felt to actually program things in it. And I really enjoyed it. It did a lot of things that, it automated a lot of things I used to have to do manually with GameMaker, but then also at the same time, it opened me up to new abilities, new things I wasn't really able to do with GameMaker 2 at the same time. And it also, I liked it over Unity because of how snappy and like performant the engine was. The time it took to load up the game and stuff, it was you know, it takes like a couple seconds versus Unity taking minutes, me just sitting there waiting forever for it to load up. So far I've really enjoyed using Godot. I think it's the best engine I've ever used. Now, of course, the thing with engines always, though, to keep in mind is that it really is personal preference. So just because I think it's, you know, it's my preferred engine doesn't mean it's always going to be the best engine for somebody else. But that's totally fine. It's like picking your favorite ice cream flavor or something. There's no right or wrong. It just depends on what you want. So yeah, this is the GMTK Jam. The game we're working on for that. Yep. We're just messing around with it. Mainly drawing assets because I'm an artist, but I've also been doing some very minor code tweaks and modifications. I'll be diving more into code when we actually do the main menu, so looks really cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's still super early on, and the body segments aren't finished, and there's a lot more that needs to be done, but it looks fine. Still don't have any levels made from a game. You still got time. Still got like 2 days left, basically. So yeah, if you're at a point where you're like worried about progress stuff, I would probably just, as a piece of advice after doing tons and tons of game jams, just focus on what is the absolute necessary gameplay stuff to make your game playable. Because all the other things are great and make your game look nice and stuff, but if your game isn't playable, I think at a bare minimum, that's like what you need to focus on, right? Which technically this is playable. I mean, it's not super fun yet, but I think as we add on more abilities and enemies and it actually becomes a little more challenging, it'll be good. I am not working alone on this. I am working with a bunch of other people. We've got 3 programmers. We've got 2 artists and 2 sound designers. So it's a pretty big size team. I've done jams in the past with like really big team sizes, and I think it just depends on the people you're with. I mean, sometimes with a big team, it can like, I mean, it depends on how motivated people are. I was on push change tile maps to main. Okay, cool. I'll check that out. I was on a team one time in university with like a bunch of people. It was like 8 or 9 people, and it was frustrating because a lot of people just kind of didn't do anything. So really, it was like me and one other person that did anything. But this has gone way better. It seems like people are actually doing stuff, which is great. But that's always like the worry with doing like a really big team size. Sometimes it doesn't always necessarily correlate directly to, like, if your team's, if you have a size of 4 people, it's not always going to be 4 times more progress than just doing it as one person. It just depends. Push change to, yeah, I'll go ahead and pull that now. That's nice. I think that'll make it feel a lot better with the tile maps. Discard that. Actually doesn't matter. I'll just pull. Also, IRAD, welcome in. I have an idea in my brain just to practice. Duplicate a simple navigator level with gravity and simple spaceship controls. Yeah. I would recommend that, yeah. That's another good way to learn, too, when you're starting out, is just kind of, right, like, copy from other games. Like, make an Asteroids clone and stuff like that, or just a simple, like, platformer kind of Mario thing. But, yeah. Oh, the snake, are you guys going to do a similar thing you did with the worm enemies in Starground? Yeah, I think we could. It just depends. I don't think the segments, those stretch out like they do in Starground, so it's probably not super necessary to do that. But, oh, there we go. That's looking good now. Yeah, the tiles here are still, it's a little funny there, but I think this is better, though. They're like the right physical size now, so that's good. But yeah, the segments in this, they don't ever separate apart, so I don't think we need to do the line 2Ds. Whoa! We got, like, the tutorial stuff. Greetings, my child. Nom nom. This is cool. This really helps tie, I think, the game together. Although, that's one thing that's maybe a little bad is I kind of get completely hidden when I'm behind the text. I think what would be good in that case is if we just have a check that if we have the head segment underneath our chat window, it kind of goes semi-transparent so we can still see where the snake is. But it's a good start, though. Spent the entire first day the player made mechanic. That's probably what you should do, though, honestly. Yeah, is just focusing on like the base mechanics and players and stuff. So that's probably good. Good use of time. Making a train I can't talk. Incremental game where you need to build a track, train track, and gather the required amount of passengers each loop. That's cool. Yeah. I always love train games. There's a lot of cool concepts you can do with train. I think that's one of the reasons why train got picked for the Dana Jam that we did. Because there's so many different games you can make based off of train. Zone 1 is 27 wide, so not even. Okay. I'm totally fine tweaking the camera resolution and stuff so that it is even. Because it's going to make it way easier for us to kind of make the other tile maps line up and stuff. But yeah, this is already way better, just the fact that I'm now aligned on the proper tile. So yeah, that's good. Yeah, I mean, it still does line up, so I think it's fine. One thing I was thinking of doing, actually, as a possibility, I don't know if it would... I'm not vertically aligned properly on the tiles here. I don't know if that's... I think that's an issue. But then I am kind of aligned on the third one. But not really. It looks like vertically I'm not aligned. And then horizontally I am on the third one. So horizontally on third one I'm aligned, but vertically not. And then on the second one, vertically I am, but horizontally I'm not. So I have to tweak that. I'm not sure what we're gonna need to do to make that all line up properly. I mean, we just need this tile set to, I mean, the player is always on the same grid, so I think we can get it working. We just need to, like, map that internal grid for the player to the positions of the tile maps. It should be okay. I also got some grow and eat everything vibe. Yeah, that's kind of the idea, is that, like, you kind of move up in tiers as you eat more food. So yeah, it's coming along. I think so far it's looking good. Yeah, I still got to do some tweaking on the tile map stuff because it's weird. Yeah, the vertical one's just not aligned, so. But the sizes of the tile maps are better, so that's good. Seems like they kind of map to the extents of the screen properly now. Also, we should start working on the boundaries for the other tiers, because that's something that... Well, I know that we need sprites for that, so I'll go ahead and get started on that. I think for the first tier, it's wood fence. Maybe for the next tier, it could be kind of like a... like, sort of like a small brick wall thing. And then for the final tier, it'd be like a big castle wall, you know? So, I think that could look cool. And then I guess for the ultimate final tier, maybe it's just like the moat. I know you mentioned a moat. I wasn't sure how you wanted that to kind of be integrated. Where did you mention that again? Might have been coding. Moat. Yeah. Castle-sized things. Also, a moat can only cross at bridges or jump. Oh, moat is in the level itself, not the border. Okay. I do think that's cool, but I do start to maybe worry a little bit about feature creeping, because we are getting closer to, you know, the end of the jam. So I don't think now is a good time to add in more ideas, probably. It would be cool, but yeah, probably cut that. I just don't know if that would be a good idea or not. I don't know if you guys do like post-jam versions of your games or not. But that could be like a post-jam kind of thing if we are doing that. Okay. I'm just getting there. I do like the color patterning. We got like, you know, green, red, gray. Then the last one's gonna be like, sort of like a more white brick. Usually planned out, but there's a bunch of the backlog right now. Okay. Whoa. Yeah, what's going on with these errors, by the way? Is this something that you were working on, or is this, it's A star? A star grid. Player.body parts. Oh, okay. The zone 1 grid. Okay. Makes more sense. Whoa. Alright, we are definitely getting there. And also we're finally there with Starground also, so I think I'm gonna finally put up the experimental build so you guys can actually use the new conveyors. I think everything's looking good so far. You're able to convert old worlds, and I have not discovered any new conveyor bugs, so I think we're ready. But I definitely am not comfortable enough to put it on the main branch yet. I still think there needs to be more testing before I can actually be confident about that. One thing I haven't tested is blueprinting, but I think... Oh. So blueprinting doesn't work because you can't actually select conveyors, which is kind of an issue. I mean, I could probably get that to work. I can't remember the tech that I use now for that. I might use an area 2D and then I say get overlapping bodies. I think I do. But I could probably just loop through the conveyors in the general region and then try and get all of them. Or what I can do, I know the beginning and final extent of this blueprint region, so I could just say like loop through each tile coordinate and check if it's a conveyor or not. That's probably what I'll do. Okay, well I guess I gotta make that work first before we push the build, but... So check it guys, I'm getting 60 FPS on my save now. It's interesting, I've noticed that the, with the new changes we've made, our script functions are actually really good. This is only 3 milliseconds, but process time is still 13 milliseconds, right? So I'm trying to figure out exactly where that's coming from, all that extra process time. And that's been kind of the new challenge. I mean, I know that some of it is from this, of doing a canvas culling, but see, that's only 3 milliseconds. So I know that's not all of it. I don't think it's particles because I did a test where I disabled all the particles and it didn't make any difference. So I'm pretty sure that any performance that comes from CPU particles is actually in here, in the rendering viewport. I'm not sure where all that extra process time is from. It's not audio stuff. I've really optimized audio a lot. That's nothing now, even on huge factories. So yeah, I have no idea where all the extra process time comes from. But it's got to be from somewhere. I just don't know where yet. How many pixels each green block tile in game? Each tile in Starground is 16 by 16. So that's what we decided to go with. I like how it looks. Usually before this point I would do a 32 by 32 as kind of my default go-to, but the interesting thing about Starground, at least how you play, is you're usually so zoomed out that it being so low resolution doesn't mean anything. because all these buildings and stuff are... Also, these buildings are way larger than the individual tiles anyways, so... I've kind of never found it to actually be a serious limitation, having only the 16 by 16 tiles. Sometimes with items, it can be a little tricky, because I have to fit everything into these items to make it work, but it's been fine so far. I think it would have been a lot more work if I went with a larger resolution, so I'm glad that I did the 16 by 16 tiles, I think. Because you get into stuff like Dreadcap and all that, you know? Or, Coloris. And his sprites get really large. He's broken because there's no tile map here, but... To be fair, I did 3D render these, 3D model these, and then convert them back to pixel art. But even with that, it was still kind of a lot of work, so... He's just like a stupid dummy right now. No! Don't leave me! I'm gonna kill him though, because I want to. Whoa. Bug? Might have found a bug right there. I think I hit him again after he was already dead, and so it killed him twice. Interesting. Good to know, though. I hit Coloris twice and caused 2 deaths. Bad. Also, some new additions. Ability to take conveyors without consuming items. Made it so replacing a conveyor will now no longer drop the item on it. And a billion more fixes in here. One fix actually is that fix an issue where movers would grab items from buildings on load. There's been a million fixes. I mean, there's fixes that have probably been fixed that I haven't even realized existed yet. Just because the conveyor system is completely different now. Oh! It's funny how it does this now. But now it's fine. Alright, well, we've been going for 4 hours. So I'm probably going to end stream. I'm going to keep working on the game jam. I'm going to really lock in and try and get the main menu done. I know that you have, Adagon, if you're like the leaderboard stuff. I don't really know. I mean, I could dive into the component and learn how it works, but let's see, is this just empty? Unless your leaderboard component isn't finished yet. But yeah, I'm not sure how I would really implement that. So I'll probably leave that out for now, because I think that would stall me from actually being able to get the main menu finished. But I'm just going to focus on like getting the UI kind of set up, get a theme for the UI created, maybe like do some texturing for the health bar and stuff like that, just kind of focus on UI stuff. But yeah. Alright, that's going to be it for today, everybody. Thank you very much for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, jam is going good. The jam will be over before I stream again tomorrow, so tomorrow's stream will probably be kind of more focused on like playing the games for the jam and stuff. And maybe just some more miscellaneous stuff like messing around Starground. We'll see. Or maybe even gaming. Who knows? I kind of want to take a break because I have so much going on. We'll see. But let's go raid Adagon. But thank you, gamers, for coming. Feel free to grab Starground on Steam. Yeah, we could do Grounded too if you want. I'm down. Also, something that I would like to inform everybody about before I leave. There's a bundle right now for Starground and Prospector. Prospector's a new automation game that just came out recently. And it looks pretty cool. I did buy it. I haven't played it yet, so I need to do that. But it's kind of reminds me a little bit of Astroneer with like the how the like oxygen pull or power/oxygen pulls are. So that's kind of an interesting mechanic. But yeah, feel free to check it out. There's a bundle with Prospector and Starground, the Logic and Light Years. I figured I would let everybody know about it in case you want to get Prospector anyways, so you can get it cheaper. But yeah. Alright, that's gonna be it. Thank you, gamers. Feel free to join the Discord. And we're gonna go raid Adagon. Looks like Adagon just got raided twice. But now Adagon's gonna get raided thrice. So let's do that. But yeah, if you want to do Grounded 2 Ace, I am down. I hope they've had time to maybe put up a patch or something for performance so we can check on that. There is an update, so they probably fixed performance issues. We'll see. All right. Thank you, everybody. And for all the people doing the GMTK jam, good luck. I hope it goes well. And yeah. Let's start the raid. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye. I'll see you all tomorrow, 3:30 MDT. Bye-bye.